had to get this. We are recording, so you know.
Recording in progress.
Yeah, Jake, I still have audio on.
Yeah, you need to mute yourself or something.
I might.
Yeah, we should be good.
Are we good?
And I would check with maybe Lynn, can you hear us okay? Anybody out there on Facebook land or wherever we are Zoom in?
I can hear you.
Okay, good, thank you. Do we
You're
want to
welcome.
hear everybody?
How about me?
That's gonna be a tough.
That's
Hello,
gonna be
Lynn.
tough. Lynn, can you hear Ruby?
Yes, I can hear Ruby.
Okay.
Thank you.
To speak up, I guess, too, also. In addition.
I guess we're open. Now for the last one.
Okay.
We do have copyright first.
All right, actually, I'm sure it's hot enough to sterilize my cup. It'll be fine.
Sterilize your cup. You wash your cup,
No, I did. That's what I need.
keeps the flavor.
All right, we'll get started. Good morning, all. We'll start with Solid Waste Director Ruby Irving on a department update.
Hello, Commissioner.
Good morning.
Merry Christmas.
Merry
Happy New Year if I
Christmas.
don't see you before. The litter crew program is kind of starts right now in terms of crews. We've got one adult and the juveniles, is the one they're going to we're not thinking about. We haven't ran any inmate crews since 2019, but we are in the process of getting the sheriff to try to sort of on that too, kind of look through. So
You only have one adult out of the 200 adults.
now,
So your litter person, what do they do when they're not picking up litter?
so right now, we currently have her working on education and outreach. And one of the things that we are starting is a litter getter program. It's a volunteer-based, community-based program where the community or volunteers can come in, pick up a bag of tongs and safety vests and gloves and all the stuff that they need to pick up litter. So instead of adopt a highway kind of program, we have a litter getter community litter pickup. So she's getting that off the ground right now. And you should be seeing flyers come out here in the next week or two.
And are you gonna have to come in here to Goldendale in order to pick up your vest and everything, or is there gonna be a way to pick up on the west side?
We're gonna make sure that there is an opportunity to pick it up on the west side as well as the side. So we'll make it easy for people to be able to volunteer, because we really need a lot of community involvement in order to hit a lot of the places that we just can't reach. So, tonight the Rotary, they're like salmon, there's gonna be a meeting with them to roll out this program, so. So that's what I have her doing right now. There's also been a conversation too where if it's nice enough outside or if you can see the litter, then she can go out and pick up the litter. Recycling program, I just wanted to put back out there again, that on the 1st of November, we switched over our messaging to bottles, jugs, and tubs. So basically the number 5s. And we're also doing a Christmas tree collection on the 8th of January. We're going to be using high schools, high school in Columbia, and then the Louisville High School. We don't have anybody. Don't have any volunteer programs right now over on the west side to actually go pick up Christmas trees. I think it's like we still got a few weeks to go. So we're hoping to be able to have that option on the west side.
What is that is it a fee that goes to the volunteer club that's doing the?
So it's a donation thing, for the, like, over here, it's the agriculture department, FFA. So they can donate to that particular program, not to us, but.
Right.
whatever.
But it's a donation.
So they need to make sure that if they're gonna donate, to put it in for the envelope and either hand it to the volunteers that are out there, or to send it to the volunteer. Not to us.
Why does it have to be in an envelope?
Huh?
Why does it have to be in an envelope?
Well, it doesn't necessarily, but so money doesn't fly away.
I'm curious, so it's FAA here in Goldendale's doing the Christmas tree pickup here. I know they have FFA
Yeah,
Yes.
it's the agriculture.
in at Columbia too. I know they have a thing there that would be, maybe reach out to them and see if they would be interested.
Yeah, well, I think when I wrote this up, we were still waiting to hear back from a couple of different groups. I just don't know where we're at with that. So, we have a number of workshops, focusing on waste reduction in the United States. Mentioned that last time, that we're trying to maybe start some programs or start some classes, so and we can actually reduce the waste. So we want to try to attack it that way. There's quite a bit of legislation going on right now for food waste and wasted food that could potentially impact the counties. It's kind of the side values, kind of looking away with the east side. So I will give you a prize with that situation as it moves forward. But I think being able to so classes along this cycle will help accomplish the waste. We did a grant. It's going to help fund some of those environmental workshops. It's also going to help fund the kits that will be checked out for the program. And also we're trying to put together a Klickitat County conference with community partners involving some of the environmental actions and the special recycling program. That is three of the contaminants that we currently have problems with. One of those would be papers, like twine. Twine, as you know, has become a plastic twine rather than the
Sisal.
yeah. But it's a plastic that can be recycled. It's a recyclable value. So that's going to be one of our chest commodities. So we'll be able to collect up all the twine and then send it off to the market and then look to see what. Obviously, we can't do the stuff that actually has a market that pumps it to recycle and pick up. So papers and other contaminants. And finally finished with the plastic packaging advisory committee. So EPR is a big part of legislation that's happening, and we're not done. So there's going to be a couple more bills that are going to be coming out that are going to be pretty strong with EPR. And that's part of that too. And I kind of put down on here what it was that the basic tagline was at the end of this committee, and that is that the polypropylene, like the PPE tubs marked with resin number 5, like the yogurt tubs and those tubs. And your polyethylene, your PET thermoform containers like clamshells, and the polystyrene, targeted, and if you guys are interested in reading it, it's a document written up on our website.
I'm sure it's riveting reading.
Yeah. So, so for the public services updates, there's panels at the Dallas transfer station that have finally been replaced. And they replaced them with movable ones. The panels are used as a windbreak. We'll see how well that works. They are up to code. So we should be running into them with the cats and other things that happen to the.
So where are these panels on the transfer station?
So when you go
Are they
in,
behind the,
yeah, when you go in, you're on the tip floor, so you've got the tip floor here where you can put in the trash, and then around that area are panels. Behind the panels are all recycling and things like that.
Right.
But the panels go up high enough that they're supposed to work as on the right? For a lot of that.
I drove by a month ago and it looked way cleaner than it did earlier in the year, so.
Yeah. So we've been keeping an eye on it. Joe's going out today to do inspections. See if we can get up to these corners, but- And then our November tentages were up approximately 4.6%. Year-to-date, it's up by 0.9%.
From 2020, not 2019.
right?
So there's also, cleanup. You guys will know, Mass and, Northern Washington had a study. So some exercise coming in. like, town saving. Not quite sure when, because we just never know. If that cleanup happens, so we're gonna put under funding. And then, also I met with the hauling company this morning. And they are losing some drivers to Department of Transportation, the state. So they are down, they were down with drivers to begin with, and now they're down another driver, a roll-off driver, which is really important because it's kind of a specialized job. They are increasing their hiring bonus. So, out there, they are like hiring, and they've got like 3 more positions that they're hiring for. They just need drivers that have a DOC classification.
You know how we're doing, because I know we've worked in conjunction with them before about having classes for CDLs.
Yeah.
That's more with Mr. McClure's shop as far as with Richard,
Yeah.
because that is one of the issues
Yeah,
is
and I'm
that
gonna get with him today to have that conversation again.
if they can get
kinda
enough
see if
of a
they're-
class together, they can come do the training.
Yeah, I mean, because they're, I mean, in terms of.
Yeah.
I like that.
In terms of a work pool here, this area, like it's not.
Yeah, but there's a lot of people that are, employed at a gas station that if they can get a CDL and actually make good money.
Right.
Yeah.
I think there would be, I mean, could be wrong, but I think there would be interest.
There would be interest, and, yeah. I mean, we can't pick up trash, we don't have drivers, we don't have the skill set.
Keep us posted on that.
I will. We have been discussing the potential for changing up how the routes are done, which it's about time to actually have that conversation, so we've had such an interest about the routes and stuff that they've been doing now, just for that efficient, so there's kind of some movement on trying to make it more efficient, so that when we come up to, winter time, that trash can get picked up at least in specific areas. I'm out of here next week.
No.
Use that time.
Did you sign up on that vacation?
Yeah, did I? Could always be.
I don't remember seeing
I
that.
don't remember seeing that, but no, use your, we're always telling people use their time,
I have to use it or lose it.
use it or lose it.
Yeah.
I would just comment, I did get my newsletter in the mail, which I always appreciate that. That is, it was very well done, and we did put it on the refrigerator because we have been, I know we do all this education around recycling, and although I think this is the first time I saw in there that when in doubt, throw it out,
Yeah.
which really is because which is kind of contrary to what you generally think as far as like, well, I'm trying to do the right thing. It's like, no, but in the way the state of the recycling market is, one misplaced thing ruins the whole lot. And so if there's something that you're like, I'm not really sure,
Yeah.
don't put it in the recycle,
Right.
because then you might as well just throw the whole bag away, because that's what's gonna happen.
Exactly.
Well, it's worse than that. They'll haul it one place.
Haul it back to throw it away.
Cost you 4 times more money. to
Right.
throw it away.
Right, so no, I appreciated that, and so, we just stuck it on the refrigerator, so we could go. No, I'm not sure who puts that together, but they do. Yeah, well, please tell we that I thought it was a very, very informative, very professional put together.
Yeah, Michelle does that kind of stuff, and I vet it before it goes out.
Anything else for Ruby? Nope. All right, well, Merry Christmas, enjoy your
Merry
time off.
Christmas. Yeah, well.
Lucky you.
No.
Drive safe.
Yeah, don't go risk Compelling Pass.
No, I would go.
I'm pretty sure that one won't be open until March.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
You guys have fun today?
Yeah, always fun, always great time. Like, all right, fine, I'll sign your vacation.
All right, here we go.
While it's early, I have something that I didn't bring up a couple weeks ago that we talked about, which was the parking for the employees. If you guys kind of wanted to maybe have an input or direct on what we should put into an email. I don't have a problem writing an email for being the bad guy, because I feel really bad when I see like employees parking in the courthouse or directors parking in the front building, and people are trying to come in.
So my opinion and my thought of the way it always was, is you couldn't park in the courthouse parking lot. The street was open, but the courthouse parking lot was not. So I would assume courthouse parking lot is still not. I would assume this parking lot, once we take the county employee parking only sign off the fence, it was left by senior services. This parking lot was not, no county employee here. And then also right in front of the building. The other side would be open.
Right.
But that's just my opinion.
Yeah, that seems reasonable to me. I mean, that's kind of always the way it was. I mean, it was just sort of an unspoken rule about it. So to keep the stuff near the public buildings available for the public, because the employees generally park and they're here for the whole day.
The one thing I
You can
would
walk and
say
walk.
we can try, because how many public are actually here, is where the electric charging station parking is over here. Just throwing it out there, we can allow parking there and no parking in this lot, and let's see if the lot fills up. If the lot fills up, then we can take that away, but I'd hate to remove them both and then have 3 customers in the building and 28 parking spots. Do we really think they're gonna need all that? This over here and that.
Personally, I don't think that
I
they
don't
need the side out the front. I think the front should be open for only the customer. But this does make sense for employee, because there's some of our employees who don't need to be walking a walk and a half, 2 blocks. I think that we should use our discretion, and people that can wear appropriate shoes and walk the distance, they can.
Yeah, but I would say if we're gonna have one of them open to employee parking, I would rather have that one open to employee parking than this one. This has got all the handicap spots. This one's got, 10 feet to the door. It's the closest one for anybody. I mean, it could come down to where we need it all open for public parking, but I just don't know if we need 28 spots for public parking. So whether we just close it all off now or close one of them off and leave the other one open and add it later, or
Well, do we think, I mean, we never had a formal, it was just an understanding. And I'm just wondering, sometimes I like to give people the benefit of, the chance to just do the right thing based on it. Some employees, you're right, they may have mobility issues themselves where they feel like it. So maybe we just start with just an email that goes out just reminding staff that if that we really want to try to keep the spaces around, on the front, on the side for employees, unless you have, legitimate mobility problems, and we'll leave it up to you to police yourself and just assume. And then if it gets to be, because I don't think we need 28 spaces either for the public. I just don't. I don't think, at least not now. I think for this building, I don't think that's an issue. So maybe give people, because I'm conflicted as far as picking one or the other. Because some people, they feel like if they're going to a public, they would think, oh, this is the one park in front. That's the public entrance, not the side entrance.
Right.
So,
through that.
and so then they would park over here and walk around to come through the door, which would be fine too. I don't really care. So I don't know. I think maybe giving just people flexibility. I think most employees, if we just tell them, we'll do the right thing. And if we have,
Everything in the park, we have to go over this other park. It's all filled up right now with all of our parking already.
Kind of.
do you think it is? I think only on like jury days, like we have all that. I mean, I don't know. Is it? I mean, I haven't had any
Side of
problem
the
parking.
street was almost all open.
Yeah, but where
Which
you-
we
where you
are
park?
I'm parking over at
Yes.
the old bank parking
Right,
lot.
but if you went out there right now and you were gonna come into this building to do a building and a planning and a public
Right.
works thing, are you gonna find a spot anywhere near this building? right
I don't
now?
know, because I didn't even drive by it. I came from the other way and I just parked what I consider.
Well, I can tell you, everything out front's full.
Is it?
I mean, it's full by 8
Right.
The only thing-
But those are employees.
That's what
You got 4 handicap, I guess there's one spot over there. There's one spot in the lot, 4 handicaps. So any customers coming today or right
So
now,
how many is there spaces open in the new lot?
the courthouse has spaces. But not here.
No, I mean, the gravel lot, the temporary gravel lot. that we haven't paved yet.
Yeah. I would
So,
say-
I mean, I guess what I'm saying is, could some employees that have parked here, park over there?
Absolutely. That's what I was saying.
Maybe I'll just remind
One
them
or
to
the other.
park
Except
over
for,
there.
except for it's conflicting because then you're not supposed to park over there in jury.
On jury days, which we do get an email.
Yeah.
Where am I supposed to park? I don't know. Well, eventually we will have more parking. And so it's a short term. By the end of next year, I guess, or next summer, because we'll tear that stuff down and that.
Yeah. and
So we'll
that's
have parking right
So
here.
what are you gonna put in that email? Please, if you can, try not to park in front of the building,
Yeah.
or try
Please
to park
try-
in the
please
building
say-
parking lot, or do you wanna pick one or the other, or what do we do?
I mean, we can make it employee or public only one, or I don't think we need to do both.
I don't think we need to do both, but I think if you leave it to, if you can, people are gonna see other employees parking while they're parked a block away, and they're gonna say, oh, special favoritism, and then you're
I
gonna have
don't.
that.
I'm an employee and I parked, I didn't even
Same,
pay attention.
yeah. Yeah, we
Employees are
park there
gonna
on
do that.
the South side, and we walk across the courthouse lawn. So,
Yeah. I mean, you can make it mandatory, then are you gonna police it?
Well, I would, like I said, I would just say
Yeah,
one
go
or
out.
the other.
Flyer, wait a minute, You evil employee. parking.
And I say, if it was me, I would say this is customer parking. There's what, 8 spots out there that are roughly,
Have you tried to park in this parking lot though?
I wouldn't even try it.
Okay, it's very difficult.
I would imagine.
So I would think
At
that
the
that
front.
out front, yeah, this is actually because of the edges, everything's very straight. It is very difficult to park in there.
Yeah, I have a park.
Yeah. You wouldn't want to try it with the truck.
I mean, I'm fine with just sending out a please. We could change our mind in 3 weeks and go to something else.
Yeah, we'll ask this guy. Once he gets a chance.
I have to run here, so that was.
Yeah, really.
Why are you so afraid about that?
Yeah, really, you got,
It is 4 minutes
and
early.
you're 4 minutes early. Cut your commute time way down.
I did.
I guess I'd say you can do another one that you could- which should be a little more
You're not
confusing.
supposed to care. That is terrible. Yeah, it is awful. Yes.
Just this section right here, there's 4 regular parking spots and then handicaps. So that you can, this, if you wanted to, you could designate just this side right here.
Along the building as public.
Public parking, you know, put signs up so employees won't park there and that will leave. You know,
I mean, they're closed.
that's a
I'm
start.
fine with that. It's a start. And then maybe do that and ask people to.
Right.
There are some employees who really need to park close.
Yeah.
They
Like I said, I
have a
get
different
it.
gate that, you know.
So that's what I would try to do. I don't know if we put signs up or just draw a map and send it in the map that save this section here for,
Definitely.
Oh, that's good.
map it is.
Maybe
Well, if you're ready, we can start a couple minutes early for you,
Oh,
since you have no commute now. It's-
No, yeah. Yeah. I have to catch my breath, so.
Yeah, That's good. Thank you. Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning. So it sounds like there's some discussion on parking. I also got some interest from the city of not having the not employees, but county vehicles parked along the street, Court Street, overnight. So they can plow, they can't really plow.
Right.
When there's a couple vehicles that park, so I'll find out who's doing it, but I'll put out a notice to people not to park overnight.
Is this county vehicles with a county sticker on them, I'm assuming?
Yeah. So those should be parked somewhere else. We have our other lots and there's lots of room. So, and I know it'll just make it easier for them to plow because they're gonna have to bring in a loader. Their maintenance guy told me this morning to do this with the grader because they're worried that they'll,
Chip the concrete?
well, yeah, something will get broken, so.
Yeah.
Yeah. But they don't want vehicles here if they're using the loader because it slides. So uglier for vehicles. So I'll put out some notice and call the people that are actually parking. And if there's something else you guys are thinking for public. For public park employees should, we can do that too.
Well, that's what we were just discussing. We don't think that they need every spot,
Yeah,
but start small and add to it. So I think that was kind of the consensus, is this little strip where the handicap parking is. And then there's a couple open spots on each side of it. Leaving that as
For public,
public only.
okay.
and then
No
encourage
employees.
people to not park in the front.
And then also encourage them if you can walk, or people try not to park, you know, whatever, I don't know.
Yeah, and then we've tried not, in the past, we've tried not to have public parking in the courthouse, the front lot too.
Right.
So,
That reminder needs to be set.
Will do. All right, we just have a couple of pay estimates to go out. Not anything on the consent agenda this week. One for the Roosevelt Great Road paving project in the amount of $859,209.50. And then the final pay estimate for Great Works for Old Mountain Road in the amount of $328.49. So next year we'll work on the hard surface on that when the weather gets better. Pretty much construction is shut down right now. The week between Christmas and New Year's is a non-working week typically for contractors in the spec book. So this week it's weather related, so they're not doing anything until after the first of the year on those projects that are still out there, which are Roosevelt Grade Road and then our science and guidepost project. Let's see, Courtney Road. So on the design side, we're going to ask for permission to advertise that project next Wednesday. Get that out, and then we'll open up on the 25th of January. So that'll give plenty of time for contractors to take a look at it and put some good bids together. So we're early enough where we should get good competitive bids on that project. Let's see, Klickitat path, still working with state parks and WashDOT on moving that project forward to pave our section from Turkey Road to the entrance to the school. And then our courthouse parking lots that just kind of trying to get our package together so we can advertise for those to be done in late spring. And that's after we move all the buildings and all those other things go on. So on the maintenance side, they're reacting and responding to the weather and snow and plowing things and keeping them open. So, and I think we have a couple open positions, and I think we've now filled those. So we have one of our people starting in the Mickleton area after Christmas, and it'll be our first female maintenance tech. The equipment side, so that's a good thing. We also have two people lined up to fill from Dan Better's retirement and another person that left earlier this year. So let's start after the first. And hopefully it'll slack off a little so the guys will actually get some time on Christmas with their families this year. No guarantees ever, but seems like we get snow around this time every year. Guys try and schedule some of their leave for these weeks. On the building side, still waiting for DOE to respond on our pole courthouse parking lot. We don't anticipate anything from them until end of January. Why? Because they have 30 to 60 days.
Big George commission it.
Yeah,
They picked the file up on the 59th day.
Yeah, I mean, it could happen sooner, but I really don't expect it. But it's really not a great time to really do anything anyway.
Said even if they gave us the permission, we'd sit there for.
Well, with water, and ice skating.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. Big block of ice pretty quick. So let's see, flooring, mostly done. I think we have our landings and the stairwells to take care of with the flooring, and then that'll be complete other than the punch list and the pieces of floor tile that aren't quite adhered well.
Is there gonna be a intermediate trim piece or something like when you go into the stairway, because the tiles like smidge above the concrete on the other side? And I've seen a couple people catch toe on there.
Yeah, so it's actually, we don't have the flooring on the landing, so it'll help a lot when that gets in. But they'll still be the width or thickness of the pad, which that transition piece that they put on last night temporarily.
There's a piece I'm talking about that got installed that I didn't know about.
Yeah, went in overnight, so
Oh.
they taped the piece down there to kind of help, but there's actually a transition piece. Because there still will be about an 1/8 of an inch difference in height, so. But that should smooth out the thresholds that put. Let's see. Blinds, so the blinds have arrived, it's just getting the contractor to actually install the rest of them and swap them out for the blackout blinds.
So first of these.
I don't know, maybe in between, but yeah, probably first of the year.
Assuming this mistake isn't costing the county anything?
It's all on them. That's what we paid for and asked for originally. Let's see. They will finish the balancing of the HVAC units this week. And then I wasn't able to get hold of the designers again to verify, but I think they have a solution. I think they know what they need to do. Because I don't think we're gonna really see much difference at all with the balancing that they have to do. So by next week, I'll know for sure what they're gonna do to fix it.
Is it universal throughout the whole building? Is it? No, there's certain, I mean, I definitely noticed that, you know, the main lobby here, when it's on, I mean, it's roaring. I mean, it's throughout the whole space. And then of course in our offices are, there's a couple other spots as well, but it's not everywhere.
No, it's not everywhere.
Okay, well, that's good. I mean, this isn't terrible here. It's fine. It's survivable. It's, you know, there's air moving. It's fine. But that out there reminds me of the days of yeah, well, it's a jet engine in my office. Out here, it sounds more like when you used to go to the cold storage units during harvest and everything was running. That's what it sounds like. I expect to see bins of cherries or something stacked in the lobby.
It's not acceptable. Painting, the painters aren't painting this week. They still have some work to do to finish up. And then the good thing is that our moving is complete for the most part. I think everybody left behind things that need to go into storage. So we have our shared storage locations here. We've been waiting for our shelving units, which actually arrived. So start assembling those, and then people that need more space outside of their office have a place to put that stuff. And then we're still waiting for the other chairs that we ordered, or office chairs. We're anxious to get those two. They were supposed to be here on the 14th, but as everything else, right, we're trying to order. It's late. Courthouse entry project, it's ongoing. The problem now is the adhesive needs a little bit warmer temperature to actually work. So we're waiting for the right day. That guy's that's working on our carpentry is cutting all the pieces. So there'll be a big glue day at some point, and then we can open that up again, which will be nice. Let's see. Nothing new on the radio site. Jeff is off this week, and I think they are ordering the equipment, is what I heard, and which needed to happen. The other pieces are working their way. We did send out a letter to the Clarks regarding their waiver request. That went out last week. We also had a county employee fall on the south entrance and taken away with assistance. So I haven't heard anything more than that. And then I know that you guys were interested in discussing Annex 4 and our transition and how that would work. And I haven't dug that paperwork out. I actually did the analysis when we were looking at getting a CDBG grant for seniors. So we have a square foot cost already. I just have to find files again after moving. I haven't dug it, so I'll get to that. Yeah. I just wanted to let you know you're working on it.
You said you sent a letter out for the Clark where we were. What was the letter?
So short, just said that we will respond to a waiver request when a permit is, or a project is submitted basically just a paragraph that says that. And I could get a copy.
But he's been, no, I don't, but he's essentially been told of the hoops he'd have to jump through and that it wouldn't pass public works muster, and that's why he tried to get the waiver first, I'm assuming. Versus trying to jump through hoops to then be told no.
Yeah, so the waiver is for a project, a specific one that they, so that's basically what we told them.
Yeah, we grant waiver rarely, but we
Yeah.
grant waivers for specific projects, not just blanket waivers.
Right, I guess my point is, I think he was trying to figure out, was there a chance to get a waiver? Was it gonna be worth his time to go through the process?
Guess the other question would be is with the update of the Title 12 road standards that they're working on, would that make any changes to that one that's just too tight to get?
It doesn't meet the national standards, which is what ours are based on, so we wouldn't go less than that. So,
Right, I guess my whole point was, if we're not gonna give him the waiver, we should probably just tell him, we're not gonna give you the waiver, so that we're not wasting his time and or staff time working on a permit that is never gonna get approved. I understand it's kind of out of order.
No, I don't think that's necessarily out of order, but I'm not entirely convinced that that has not been communicated to him as far as what the standards are.
yes,
And that was the desire to basically go
So,
around and see if, is there,
Well, we have heard that.
right.
so basically we told them, what was lacking and why, and that Public Works wouldn't support a waiver request, which is why I think, like you said, we
Yeah.
tried to go. a
Go
different route.
see. I mean, and I don't hold anything against him, but I would do the same thing, just to see, is
Yeah.
there what, they call them waivers for a reason.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to all waivers. That one,
Yeah, in this case, it's hard to get there.
yeah, well, for me, it's kind of if you own both properties, and he's only screwing himself, maybe, he doesn't. So anyway, okay.
So that's it for me.
There comments? No, I did see, you saw the nice comment, the Klickitat superintendent sent, thanking the road department for their help during what.
Yeah, thank you.
It's good to get positive reinforcement once in a while.
It is, snow season can be
Yeah.
tough.
Yes.
While we plow the roads, we also give everybody a berm full of snow across their driveway.
Yes,
Yes, you do.
yeah, you do.
We love you anyway.
I'm thankful now I live low enough that the burb wasn't much. I didn't even notice it. So it was good, but they do come by about 5 o'clock. And when it's still and quiet, you forget how noisy that plow is on the hard surface scraping the road, so.
The one
definitely.
thing I would say is public works or buildings and ground is maybe buy some more gravel for sidewalks. I walked along this one because I originally was thinking it was heated. And then, oops, nope, not heated. You get out here, you can see the heaters. It's really kind of cool. But that one had a little bit of gravel on it, but not enough gravel.
Okay.
And obviously, if people are turfing it, we don't have enough gravel, so a little more gravel.
Okay, anything else? Nope. All right, thank you, sir.
All right. y'all
Merry
have-
Christmas, have a great holiday.
Same to you guys. Thank you.
Yes, Merry Christmas, sir.
Jeff, we can start a little early if you want.
Oh, not Jeff.
Not Jeff. Need a break?
Or get the phone call and then rush.
Right,
The problem with being so early is we're gonna end up hitting that lunch break thing way early.
super. Well, we're supposed to be, but
Oh,
we have
that's
guests
right.
today if they
We have
chose,
guests for lunch if
if they've arm wrestled for where.
they're not too embarrassed to see in public with us.
We could set it 2 different tables.
Eat at 2 separate restaurants.
Yeah. I'm already using that strategy. so.
Don't mind me, gentlemen.
Yeah, it's all right.
Yeah.
Good drink of coffee.
Yeah. He's
Staying-
getting set up. It's
Staying
all right.
neutral, right?
Stay
now.
neutral. There you go. Good place to be.
I'll start out with, good morning. Welcome. And that's just the updated version to what I submitted on Thursday, because 5 days in our world,
Is an eternity.
there's no such thing as non-business days. Change. As you can see, I don't have, like 40, I don't have my number 2 here today. He's on vacation this week and part of next. And to cover all the bases. And we don't have anything on your consent agenda for today, but we do for next Tuesday. And there may be something else added, but right now, not sure. But next Tuesday, we'll have the Day Wireless Public Safety Radio System Maintenance and On-Call Service Agreement for your consent. Any questions on that? It's just a renewal to your contract. That's for our tier 1 maintenance support. Okay. Reading ahead. Okay, the public safety radio system still experiencing issues as I reported last month. But the user functionality is not being affected in a way that it compromises their ability to communicate with each other or dispatch. There are some like kiosks continuing. Yesterday, tier 1 maintenance was out at Stack Review all day long. Trying to troubleshoot at this point. The indications are that it's microwave radio interference. Somewhere between the Kaiser site on the Oregon side across Avery and the Stack Review side above Murdoch. Somewhere another microwave signal is at the same frequency interrupting our path. This is, like I said, it's a new thing that started occurring about 2 months ago, and it's getting worse. So
How do you find something like that? Do they all have to be listed with the FCC or something? Yeah.
yes, well, have to or should be.
Right, okay. So
Yes.
somebody's personal situation they're running at their house could be.
Not like, it would have to be someone like commercial enterprise that get licensed, like PUD or other people they have. They use microwave links to provide a data path. Just like the county has to get from the emergency management building, the courthouse, buildings, out to the public work road shop, microwave radio shop. So if somebody did that, did license it on our same frequency and went it across our path, that would be.
That should be a fairly small group, though, shouldn't it?
Yeah, it can be.
Other than, as
The
you
last
said,
one.
the unlicensed, if it's.
And none of
Yeah.
them should be unlicensed.
Yeah.
Well,
You're
there's
running-
there's the rub.
You're running licensed bands,
Correct.
so in order to get the equipment license, you need license.
No, you can get the equipment, program it. Yeah.
Just pick your own band.
So.
Either that or they have a licensed band, they just accidentally put the wrong one in.
But what happens, so the FCC has oversight and enforcement authority, but they have limited enforcement capabilities. So last time we had interference like this was in Roosevelt on our page channel, it's causing constant static and interfering with page reception in the area of West Roosevelt. I went down there see, they say, wonderful, you tell us who it is, and we'll send them a letter. Basically, we gotta do all.
You gotta do all the work.
So at this point, something at this level, the microwave interference, last time that happened, it was actually decommissioned equipment for someone over in the Dallas area that was still sending out a signal. They just had to turn it off. The license that expired, they weren't even using it anymore. But the equipment still sitting on the shelf running. So we track that down. And that's what the techs are in the process of doing right now. Using equipment, I mean, that's why we have this contract, equipment that we decided it was wise for us before technicians and other staff to direction find, first figure out what frequency it's on, if anybody does have a license, and then use direction finding equipment to determine where other, that is a labor intensive process. So, yeah, I'm doing everything I can to keep my 2021 budget being shot this late in the game.
That's wise.
That and yeah, the folks being time off, advance, additional overtime, and that from staff, but I think we're gonna slide right under the wire. So 107 and 135. And I will say that Jay Wireless at the contract is very flexible and working with how we have to manage that work and the invoicing for it. But it's a long and technical process. Rare that we have these issues, but when we do, it's impactful and it needs to be addressed in a certain way by the professionals. Yeah, yesterday.
Nothing, go ahead.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yesterday, while they were doing that testing and troubleshooting, we had to take down the west end of the radio system from Pigeon White Salmon all the way up to Trout Lake. Took down 3 repeater sites for 90 seconds. 90 seconds doesn't sound like a long time, except for if you're the first responder, law enforcement officer out on the street, a minute and a half, forever. Put them on a backup repeater. Those folks that were affected and we timed it at a time. There was no medical or fire calls going on. Finally started. Trying to manage all that, maintain as much public and responder safety as we can. General maintenance, still trying to find the time to get to the annual system inspection report. The load channel work that was conducted at Indian Hill that I reported on last time I was here has been successful. No issues related to that. There are pending repair needs at Burgoyne site, which is what we've had at several of our sites now, I think 6, where the coax connectors, described it before, because inappropriate model of connector and inappropriate installation that was done in the original project or going back. So we're going sites, transmit and receive compromised. That fixes as soon as they can. So scheduling the technicians to do that and weather delays at this point in time are a problem. Sorry, that's Jeff Hunter.
It's on, yeah, it's supposed to be on vacation.
We've been communicating about the radio project, say it's past equipment purchases that need to be done by the end of this month, so I'll get back to him as soon as I'm done here, because that order is still not beneficial. Lease agreements, still in process, we're on hold. Working through that as a lower priority at this point in time, given everything else that's going on. And then to the radio project, as you know, Public Works is working on that land lease. I finally got a draft copy of it last week. And make my recommendations and comments to that process, because I'll be the one that has to live with it. After the project's over, it'll all be in my department's lap. Then, as I mentioned, those base stations that need to be purchased. Now, we're still
When you're reporting to the fire seven commissioners, are you calling them or sending them a monthly email?
Send an email to their administrators.
Could you also do that for five? If they seem interested, so maybe that will keep them calm.
Sure.
Just CC them on that as well.
So moving on to the 911 call victim, public safety radio dispatching function of our department. Don't have a call volume report for you this time. There's some complications. Phil had getting that information out of Zetron just before he left for vacation last week, so that's not available. The staffing remains relatively the same, however, we're still in emergency staffing conditions. We do have one communications officer that did complete our basic training on December 15th, and is now a full partner. She's done for one of our veteran communications officers to retire and leave us December 31st. So we'll still be right back to the current staffing levels come Jan 1. Those three communications officers that we hired in November, they're on their second month of training and are doing well. Pleased with their progress. Thus far. We have the one casual position still open. We're holding on the hiring process because frankly, we don't have the trainers to be able to train them. We hired one. We have to double up. And right now, with all the COVID considerations plus the strain that would put on the trainer, to have two people at different levels. So we're going to wait on hiring process for that last casual position. So trainer freed up for a new trainer train. Interviews for lead communications officer promotion have been completed. Waiting on that selection process. Folks, decisions. We'll talk about it at the end here. Considering single comms officer coverage protocols, we met with law enforcement agency heads 2 weeks ago to discuss that. Maybe it was last week. Track these days. But we met with all three law enforcement heads to discuss the logistics of that, what it meant for us and them, and what that would entail, what that would look like for everyone. Their comments to me were, don't let that happen. Whatever it takes. We'll come and support you. Support from law enforcement to do whatever is in the board's discretion to make that decision. For the vaccine mandate. So they're very much against compromising public safety and officer safety with that mandate. They wanted me to pass that along. Sometimes they get talking fast, so they can have anything to add. On the operations and training side, the 911 phone system update project has been scheduled with Zetron for January 4th. Happy to have that coming. That will allow us to continue progress on the 911 or text the 911 project that Phil's also been working on in the background. Not allowed. State access system update issues are still ongoing. Big portion of how we get our criminal justice information. All the bugs have not been worked out of that state system yet after their update. Back in March or April. The 911 phone service outages. I tweeted that report and sent it to you, Mr. Anderson. Have any questions? that would have been on Thursday. I have hard copies if anybody else wants to see it, or I can email it to you. You can't ask for it. But it basically comes down to, I finally did get data from CenturyLink, now Lumen. The report, the spreadsheet they sent had 10 outages listed for year to date. I actually have emails that they sent related to 12. They only included one of the Glenwood outages. This one on that list. They were a varying severity and length of time, number of customers, and so on. But to this point, now that you put all the data in one place, today's modern technology, fire these failures continue to happen. That, for what I can tell from some insider information, at least some level at some locations, it's the lack of update. But if you think more on that, Jake, let me know.
Good. Do you have any information on what the self-clear means? Does that mean like the system just reboots itself or it just goes away?
That's all the information they give us, both in the email and the spreadsheet they sent us. My belief is that the issue that was being experienced resolved itself without any intervention from them whatsoever. So they just canceled the ticket.
So this is 911 service disruptions, right? What
It
if it's,
includes that, it could be total service.
that's what I
outage.
was gonna say, because they, I've been getting reports from Snowden having total service disruption regularly in the last 2 weeks. And I'm not sure.
I haven't got any of those reports from CenturyLink. Sorry. No, nothing in the last 2 weeks. Yeah. Maybe, I don't know how localized that is.
Yeah.
I mean, in Glenwood, they'll start reporting, we'll get emails that say, potential disruption has been reported, and one customer in Dickinson or one customer in Roseville may be affected, and the next, 10, 15, 20 minutes later, the real information comes out, X number of people are actually. So usually they're pretty good at reporting, even if it's just one residence that they believe it's out.
I would imagine they might not even know about it unless this person called them eventually.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Yeah, I mean, there are, just like in our radio system, there's alarms that tell them when signals they have, they ping different switches on a regular basis. And if the ping doesn't come back successfully, then there's
There's another other problem.
disruption there, yeah. Yeah,
Kind of the same thing to electrical system. That would be another question to have is, have you had any conversation with CenturyLink to make sure that everything is filled and the batteries are, because we lost service on the west end for 2 hours last night. I haven't heard to check to see if anybody.
lost phone service. So,
No, power. We lost
power, yes.
But, when you lose power on all these, D boxes that are fire fed, it only lasts as long as they have generator battery backup.
yes. Yeah, we discovered that, the limitations of their system back in 2008, that ice storm. Yeah, day 3.
Yeah, everything was
lost all
dead.
landline, and we'd already lost cell phone coverage because they ran out of backup generator fuel and so on. So, yeah, no, I haven't been in contact with any of them about that. And I don't have any of that in my report. Yesterday, was a busy day for all of us in my department, given the weather conditions. And yeah, we had radio sites all across the county. I think there was only 2 sites, Arlington and Ogata, that did not have power outage. Grid power outages throughout the day yesterday. But all of our backup systems, generators, batteries, everything some more other stuff in the background. But
How big a tank is that, you know?
400 gallons. But yes, monitored all that starting about 6 a.m. yesterday morning. Everything maintained functionality for the user side update. Anything else? Yeah, just let me know. Have any questions on that report. Take it to them. And Phil's continuing to take every advantage for training opportunities, comms officers and our comms training officers. Did want me to ask again about the ceiling acoustics in the communications room. Next year's CIP. Now that the budget has been approved, or some rumblings that there might be some getting that done. Can't stress enough, as you've been dealing with your HVAC, overhead noise and so on. Comm center, experience, so in that room. A few months back, it's something that we need to address.
Right, and I'll actually, I didn't see it in your list, so it was on my back page for me to talk about, so, but since you're here. You know me, just like talking with Gordy about the gravel on the sidewalks, I mean, it's keeping us out of potential litigation. And I guess I've come to look at these sound panels as potential litigation. If we have issues hearing, and as we're at the Fire 5 meeting, and they're having issues hearing or understanding dispatchers, if you had a hailstorm or anything else like that, if you have someone that doesn't respond because they couldn't hear or didn't hear properly, first off, this is a risk of life. Not just slip and fall. Somebody could die because of the noise in that room. And then that also opens up a humongous list litigation risk, because we know that that's a possibility. And we're putting it off for another year. So yes, if we choose to put it off for another year, we just better hope really well that we cross our fingers that something doesn't happen in that course of that year. Or we're putting time. So I would highly suggest that we find it somewhere. And maybe when the 2021 budget comes back, we can find a little change left over that we can facilitate this project in 2022.
There we go.
There we go.
That was on my drop.
Yeah,
That was,
that was kind of weird.
it does
Timing.
that. We still don't know.
If we don't move enough.
If
the
we don't
lights go
move
off.
enough, the lights go off. I don't know how.
But then you move again and it won't go back.
It
on.
won't do it. We need some way to subvert that.
It's a
when it's
glitch in the
on meeting
matrix.
day to do that.
Override.
I actually kind of like them
Right.
off. But
Yeah, it actually doesn't really impact much the video quality. We don't need to have the spotlights on. I was surprised by
But I
that.
could still read everything.
Well, yeah, it's hard to read in the dark, but as to those, I would agree. I think we'll be looking at stuff. I think we can find it's a relatively small project as far as dollars wise. And I think once we get 21 settled out, we know if we've got some, we're trying to hold the line on, we have to have a sustainable, there's dollars in, dollars out. And because it is, otherwise, if you just say yes to everything all the time, eventually you get into trouble. And so, but it's easy to say yes if it's just reallocating resources that we already have. And that's,
I understand.
or unspent, right? That's unspent that we reallocated.
I understand that and I appreciate that position. So to add to this conversation on the budget side, what I will say, and I know there's changes to my funding, my revenue. But the REIT, year to date, November 30th, $268,985,000 excess of the budgeted revenue.
In excess.
That's
Right.
correct, it is, $168,985 more than we expected to receive just in that one revenue stream. So I know we're moving that because the issue came up with our ability to use that for anything but capital improvement type projects, so I Fund 135 is not going to be funded through that stream directly anymore, so I'm told by finance. But that revenue still came in for this year. It's still coming in, that increased amount. And I would hope that if we can use it for capital projects, this would be a capital project that we might use. It's supposed to be.
Well, I would assume since you get half the rate, does that mean Public Works is gonna be up about that same number? For their half the rate?
The other half goes to is general purpose dollars, so it's ours.
Public Works was getting it before.
Right, but I mean, you have some goes, and we're still sorting that out as far as like our understanding. We had our old understanding, our new, which is now our new old understanding, and now we have our new understanding. As far as some of the concerns that we had actually were not, we didn't need to have them. We looked at it. We could have had
The
them
way the numbers
played out, we were fine. It didn't, so
So maybe the legals.
Yeah. possibly. But I think we built the budget for 22, shifting based on that. And it's all the same money, basically.
Right.
It's dollars in and dollars out.
Not including the additional
Right,
over budgeted amount.
right. I mean, that's a different issue. As
Yeah,
far as there is-
that'll-
In 2020, it was like 157,000 more budget.
Right.
This year, it's, on track to double that. So, yeah, that's one balance way for somebody to use it. This particular thing is capital project, if that's a factor anymore, that I would look at consideration. Because that's a windfall in my perspective. From budgeting. As much as the economy has been negatively affected by COVID, this, I believe, is directly affected by COVID. The sales of real estate in our county have gone up because people are trying to buy real estate outside of the city. If not to move here immediately, but to at least retire here, have a retreat here or something like that. Anyway, just.
Yeah,
that
let us
came
get
across my
through
desk.
the first little section of 2022 where we can get, budget. It's high on my list. So, and it isn't that big of a number that I hope we can facilitate it next year.
Yeah, the first phase of the comms room acoustic project, there was like $5,000 budget just to have somebody study it. Gordy and I both agreed that why would we spend $5,000 for somebody to tell us what we already know? So we did the paneling and some other things on the walls that greatly helped. Just the reverberation in the room, communications, talking, radio traffic, such. But when we get any kind of significant rain, heavy rain, hail, or worse, but even a rainstorm, the sound that comes through that roof, ceiling, completely drowns out their ability to talk and hear. Okay. I will wait to hear that. Thank you. Anything else on operations and training side of that?
The only one I can think about is knowing that you're working on, you've got 3 in training, you're losing 1, and you still have 1 casual position, but it's on hold due to a lack of, trainers. Is it still a good idea because we know we're gonna be losing someone sooner or later based on your turnover numbers, but it would be a good idea to just start advertising for it, get it in the work?
So the advertisement for the casual is still open. Okay. We're just not going through the hiring process.
Because you
If
get
someone committed to hiring, we'd be paying them there to just, sit there and learn by osmosis, probably.
I And your person retiring has no interest in being your casual?
Sorry.
It's gonna be my next party drink.
I know she's not listening, but if she was,
She would be
falling out of her
chuckling.
chair right now. Nope, her and her husband are, they're retiring at the same time. I believe her last day, the night shift on the 28th this month. And when she gets off at 6 a.m., her husband gets the truck and they're gonna head south. In their truck and trailer. Yep.
Well, I wish him all the best, and that
Me
she come back to be casual.
Yeah, not like the plan is to actually be camp hosts at the state park.
Oh,
In the northwest, summer season, and then be in the south.
They can be a camp host at Stonehenge down there.
Yeah,
And she
they've
can
done-
still be a casual.
They've done decades
yeah, the
as
bathrooms.
public servants, and they're ready to move
They
on.
did
to
hire
public
their
service.
host for that.
The last thing I will touch on under 911 dispatch is the users agreement with Klickitat, Fire District Number 5, Centerville. Christopher and I attended their meeting on the 13th, answered their questions. Wasn't as many questions or as much issue as I anticipated there might be. And at the end of that meeting, they signed the agreement, and gave it to me. It's been fully executed, and that's the last one.
Did you give them next year's too and have them sign it right there too?
We discussed that.
Afterwards,
At least give it to them so that, yeah, we can start that process over again. It's taken now 6 months. Time it's supposed to be renewed.
they said if they haven't, though, they might sign January's if it looks the same,
Yeah.
when you meet in January, so.
Yeah.
Like you just saw it.
So, and that was the
Change the
opening
date.
question. It's like, you know,
I gave them the update on that whole scenario already.
and I just told them that there's nothing different in this one than the one you signed 3 years ago, well, 3.5 years ago now. Except like without that background language, because 3 years ago, whatever, it was the first ever agreement. So that settled things down a little bit. But mainly those points were user fees and radio system coverage. So,
And understanding dispatchers were the only 3 issues I heard them say.
correct, yeah. There's many layers to that.
Yep.
So
I
that
didn't
will,
go into all of them.
that will lead me to last year, about this time. I was directed by the board, only renew those agreements for 1 year. Because of the decisions that we need to make here. Direction you need to give. Those agreements are now going to come up again in June. For regional, because they are 1 year. If you believe that there's, well, I would like to
leave
leave
it at that.
multi-year agreements. As soon as we can, just because of this, right? Getting with 15 fire chiefs to renew agreements with 15 fire districts takes a considerable amount of effort and time. Myself, and my staff, as this proves. So let me know if you want to do, because I'm gonna start that process earlier now.
Well, and I, originally when we were going into the year, we were talking about potential user agreements to, or fees to cover the radio projects, but the more that kind of goes, I don't know that you're gonna get the funding needed for the hassle that's going to come. That if we're looking for financing, I don't know that that's the way we should be going, so. I don't know, my opinion. I think we can go longer than 1 year. Unless something new pops up, I'm not too interested in those fees, but we still haven't fully looked at it either, so. I can't look at
I think the thought was for on the 1 year, which is correct, that we weren't really sure what kind of funding streams we were gonna be looking at. as we restructured kind of the county budget, well, we have, I would say, at least from my perspective, we went a different way. Potentially, at least, we haven't actually taken action yet on that. And so I think at this point, I don't foresee the desire to look at, user fees on the volunteer fire departments. I think what we would generate, what would be a reasonable number to generate from those, it's not going to be worth the hassle to try to get the pain and angst from.
Thank you.
For us and for you,
Maybe
and for them, frankly. Some of them definitely could afford it, but others cannot. And so then we have, and every one of them would say they can't afford it.
So they would either be faced with going out for more tax in their own district, or asking for waivers, or asking for.
Right.
Well, and it's just like.
And we have certain districts that I would be inclined to, to say, yeah, you really can't afford it. You don't have.
We're just shuffling the deck chairs.
Exactly.
We're not creating any new revenue.
Right. So to me, it's not, I don't think it's worth the effort as far as I think we made some,
Spend more money trying to get.
Yeah. I think we're just gonna take the heat ourselves and do something else.
Yeah. We're gonna take that as direction that 3 months from now, when I start sending out the renewal.
Want a 2-year renewal, or do you want a 3-year renewal?
I don't know what,
5,
If it takes them a year to sign it.
yeah.
as long as I can get. But so in the agreements, there's all these sections about notification. So in the current agreement, we can notify them that the agreement needs to be updated, renewed, amended, whatever, if we give them a certain amount of notification, right?
So even
Well,
if we made a 3-year agreement and yet next year we changed their mind, we could change their mind.
That's correct.
There you go.
Although my only caution to that is we have a current lawsuit at the regional airport that had that exact terms that we
Well,
we followed all of the protocols, all of the language. Now, anybody can sue about anything. So I don't see a fire district suing us about an agreement that they have no economic stake in.
Well,
They called us to a board meeting.
They're getting services for nothing.
They
but-
called us to a board meeting because they were worried about users fees.
Right.
The next conversation was, you should put a radio tower on
Right.
top of our building.
Yeah, a
For another
$1.6
$1
million
million.
radio tower.
No,
So-
and I put that in these agreements to protect us, and the VA,
Right.
wants them there in his review as a form, so, we're doing everything we can.
And you normally do 3-year agreements?
It depends on the situation, but the first time, when I executed these, first time ever, they were for 3 years. See how it went. This time, given the circumstances, I was going 5. Because nothing changes, right?
Yeah, I'd go out. I mean, if
It
there's,
just creates more work, and like I said, it's 15 times over that we have to do this. And they're mostly volunteer fire chiefs, and then secretaries, that have to deal with all of it, so why make it hard on them?
Works for me. Was 5 the consensus? The 3 the consensus.
I'm totally comfortable with 3. 5 is, I'm not uncomfortable. I just 5 years, it's really hard to look out what is gonna happen 5 years from now. Although we have, we have an ability to give notice and I didn't mean that my other statement about we had, that's always the case, but I think for the most part, you can terminate an agreement per the, you give notice and so if something really changed and we needed to take a look at it, or a future board needed to take a look at it, they have that ability. So I'm okay with that, I guess. I would say anything between 3 and 5.
I would rather have 3, but
Well, if
the
we'd
board
rather
wants
have
5,
3,
I'm fine with 5. But I'm like you, I'm more comfortable with
3 it is then.
3 it is then. Just because I know our modeling that we've used with our fix only works for about 3 years.
Well, and that, and if we do a 5, and then the next year after that, we want to do a 2, they're gonna complain.
Right.
So let's just do 3.
Yeah, 3. 3's better than 1.
Okay.
And 3 was,
Yes.
3 was what we did before.
Correct. Yeah, as an initial step, I was like, you know,
That gives them
myself, I
35
wanna make
months to sign the next.
Yeah. too long. Okay, very good, thank you. Make that happen. Okay, moving on to the emergency management program. Track of myself on my handout. Still in the same situation with COVID, receiving and either fulfilling or passing on requests for PPE and other supplies related to COVID. The KVH recently asked for 10 tappers, which we passed on to the state Department of Health bill, which is, keeps them from having to use N95 masks. They use these instead for when they have actual COVID patients and healthcare workers in close contact. We had gotten 2 of them donated from in situ to emergency management beginning weeks of our declaration of emergency when we stood up to proceed. And that in turn gave those to KVH, and they have evidently seen the benefit to them, so now they've got themselves a demo. We're also preparing to use the final grant funding from 20 EMPGS purchase for COVID. But if that doesn't work out, we'll just let that one go. Storage and whether we're going to use it before it goes bad is a consideration in this next purchase. Roughly $7,500 worth of grant funds still available to make a purchase like that. And that's anything from kind of respirators to hand sanitizer, gloves, so on and so forth.
But you can't use that for wool blankets, anything like that, color cover.
COVID. And just yesterday, we got the delivery using the Williams pipeline grant funding from the Kansas gas outage. We received 975 pounds of wool blankets on pallet yesterday. And we also have some other one-time use.
I just hate giving money back to the state that we're not using.
So do I, but unless,
Right.
anybody else that has more room to store more stuff.
It's the hospitals that want to store it.
It's out. We've begged for months that if you want PPE, you have a place, stockpile it for yourself. Send a request, we'll give it to you. Right now, literally got. They're requesting just what they need when they need it, because they're in the same position we are. Burn ban, still waiting on that, hopefully, for part of next year, I can get that going on before we get into the next season, wildfire season. And we have to process, have that code updated. Emergency notification system, continuing with the iPods upgrade. It requires a significant amount of training and passing a test for that system for all of my employees now, not just the ones that are gonna manage it according to FEMA, so.
What
And then
is there a fix for us receiving Amber Alerts out of Hobart?
They don't originate here, that originates out of the state, EOC or duty officer station, and we have no control over that.
They can send it to where they want to send it to.
Yeah, it's pushed out. Cellular devices, by whatever they designate.
I always figured that was a glitch that they were trying to get within, 100 miles or something.
No, they follow that criteria and decide on which area to push it out based on. And I mean, we could request changing vendors. Got that authorization last week. Thank you for that. Very good process. It's gonna upgrade our user interface to be much more efficient. The training and exercises, we're still working with the state on the Cascadia Rise 22 tabletop. It's now been by the state because of their limitations, continuing COVID and the flooding and so on and so forth. We've scaled back the exercise plan to just include tabletop exercises. Participate with them as well as do some things locally in the doors with Rainy County, Visitor County, and Wasco County Emergency Management. Kind of created our own little working group because as far as the state's concerned, the Oregon counties don't affect us well. The Oregon counties affect us the most here in Oregon, so created our own working group to make sure that in the time that we need it, we can work together. And Frank is working on re-engaging the volunteers. We used up and burned out most of them. The DEM volunteers during the initial year of COVID. But some of them worked for us for a little more than a year. So we're gonna start recruiting for more, try to get the ones that are still on our list back, active status, have trainings and exercises for them and do it campaign as well. And I guess I go back to COVID and I haven't heard back from Jen. But she did send me the cost shared invoices and backup documentation for the city's share of COVID expenses. And I approved that yesterday. Looking out here, total cost share was in the $17,000 range, I think.
Just try to let it out.
So each one of the cities has a very small portion because of the funding that we're able to recapture through all the grants and so on. So we'll probably report out on that next time.
11,000 is 11,000.
Correct.
Pays for half the styles.
Yeah.
But as far as paying the county's outlay as well as the cities, get a big bill this far after the fact, that's not the case. Right. You have to
Pretty minimal.
by this. I think Jen, my finance chief, as well as the finance manager, did a great job of securing all the money she could, as well as the grants that I've already talked about in my department, and covered so much of that cost. That was a great benefit for everybody in the county. Questions on this one?
What was back to the Cascadia Rising where it's been scaled back to just tabletop? What was it originally? It was going to be more.
Yeah, there's gonna be tabletops and functional, especially on the west side. We're gonna do actual on the ground, not live action play, but functional, making the building function. What they would be doing in certain scenarios. Because they're in a Cascadia subduction zone earthquake. All the predictions are the west side is gonna be. totally
A smoldering room.
It'll be a catastrophic incident for the entire western seaboard, mostly, far away into California, but for British Columbia all the way to Northern California. Extending.
So the tabletop exercises had to put up barricades.
Yes,
Okay, good.
so,
Defend the bridges
Defend the bridges.
that are still standing.
and that's something that Frank and I just had a meeting about.
Get rid of the ones that
Yesterday.
are still standing.
Was critical
People have put-
transportation routes for what the state has already designated what are critical transportation routes that need restoration as soon as possible at several different levels. And now we're looking for counties and cities to say, okay, these roads and infrastructure are important to us because fire stations, law enforcement, facilities, schools, shelter, all of that. So we spent like 3 hours with
So are we gonna do some analysis as far as what we can do to harden, try to, some, that we can make some investments in infrastructure so that, these critical, as we work our, the longer it's out before it, which they say it's inevitable as far, but whether it's right, if it's tomorrow or 50 years from now, well, if it's 50 years out, I can use the 50 years to work on trying to identify and fix as much as I can so that, the critical stuff is still functioning. Is there going to be, I assume we're going through that exercise.
So I'm gonna wait until after the holiday season to engage Gordy. Okay, with Public Works. Okay, here's our assessment, what's yours? And then if these are what we decide are the critical transportation route for restoration, then Public Works. Do what we can to keep them from being impacted first of all, and second, what plan needs to be in place and supplies maybe pre-ordered, pre-positioned. Store those routes as soon as possible if they are. But yeah, bridges, that's a whole different project of the state. Just the bridge infrastructure, there's another one for airports. Participated in all of those to protect our own interests because of the highways in our county, but they're the main priority to get to places like Trout Lake, like that. 141, 142, 97, 14 are compromised. The state doesn't have them on their priority list. We're not going to get anywhere. The county roads all connect those communities via highways, except for on the west end of the county, in between Almadale and Dixon without touching the state road.
But for the most part, if Cascadia happens and say you have landslides, 1484 will shut down. That is the path to get to the west side. It's about the only lowland path. So that's everything's going to be attempting to go that way. And we'll be stuck creating our own path to travel.
I think we'll be
Even
on it.
though it's a state route, all
Right,
state
they're gonna be-
resources
Are going to be to open that.
Yeah,
On their
they're all gonna
priority
be on
list.
84 and we're gonna have to do 14 ourselves.
Highway 141 and Highway 142 are third in priority on the state's list. 14 is second in priority, and 97 is first because of the FEMA and the state's plan, the station and everything. All the hub for beef and any activity to the west side of the Cascades is going to be out of the Yakima military training station. And then some more out in Moses Lake, where everything's gonna come into and then radiate out from.
Is that because they're expecting it to be mostly air support because they're not expecting road traffic going
Yeah.
over?
Well, at least in the initial weeks, down there, it will be all air. The state has designated our airport, Dallas to be a state hub for supplies. Back 97, 14 maybe, but they stage it there and then fly it from there. It comes from the east. It's staged there, via trucks. From there, it goes west. So anything west of Dallas-Worth, road-wise, is gonna be lower priority.
Right, because they're just planning on it, not,
They're gonna,
use air.
Yeah.
and the dynamics of the event is that the farther away from the crest of the Cascade you get, the less impactful and shaky it's gonna be. So, come up here, ground transportation, and assume that you're not gonna get any farther anyway, so then it all goes by.
So I guess the big things that we need to talk about though is if everything's going by air, then what we need to do is work with the airport to increase the amount of Jet A fuel that we have, which we're slowly doing, but for Cascadia, we'd be burning through all of our fuel in one day. And we're not getting it out of the west side, so where's that fuel coming, Jet A fuel?
That's all the pre-planning that we've been doing, all the existing infrastructure.
backwards, right? Because it
Upside down,
runs the
right?
other way
It's
now.
a 180. Everything that comes from the west now, it's gotta come from the right. And in those airport transportation meetings that we've had, the studies that have been worked out, we've been talking about the contracts right now, with contracts that the airports all over this part of the state have. Making sure they have contracts with companies that can provide it from, right? They might now provide it from the west, but they have backup plans or agreements in place that they can bring it in from. That's all well underway.
I mean, I guess if with that level of logistics, though, about the only thing you can do is probably bring it by train and bring it into.
I think the trains are gonna be the first thing shut down until they can inspect tracks.
Yeah,
Right,
But
I mean, from the
Once
east.
you're coming from the east, it'd be coming, out of Chicago or something.
Right. Come as far as you can.
yeah, and so much of it with the pre-planning for it has to be really flexible, because so much of it will depend on
Yeah.
what the realities
There's no
are,
train there.
not predictions of the damage to the transportation infrastructure, whether, yeah, how far east the shaking actually disrupts that transportation. infrastructure.
That's all a projection. We don't know anything.
It's all an educated guess.
That's why he gets paid the big ones.
Yeah. Thanks. Yep, we're doing our best to make sure that we're prepared as we can be given limitations. That's what I'll say. And that doesn't make me feel better, I'm sure.
Eventually, when that all gets done, I would like, I guess I don't know whether the whole board wants an update or I want to sit down with you and spend an hour
It will be when we get.
hearing what the plan is, what we're doing, what's logistically here and there, and I don't know if that's public, but. Put me
Some
on your
can be,
list.
some shouldn't be.
That's what he said, put me on your list, we'll have a sit down.
When we get to a certain point,
Right.
I'll give you an update, because this process, planning preparation for any catastrophic event, but Cascadia Rising specifically now, it will be a constant thing.
Right.
Until the event happens.
Right.
We will never be prepared for it.
No, I just want to know more, like you were talking about Yakima being the hub, I didn't know that, so the more knowledge I have on that, I would be.
We can see the status of the grants before we run out of time. You thought you were gonna get going early, man.
I never
we
assumed
never
that when it's you, Jeff.
You acted like you didn't want it.
Yeah.
So I thought I'd take care of that. We are still engaging county employees. The departments are turning in information for the emergency notification system. So we can have that winter storm closures and so on, as well as the IT badges. Thanks for engaging everybody on that and the move to this new building. Just up into having an accidental 911 call come from this building. None of the departments have been redesignated. We have to redo our system. What departments are in this new building, who that includes, all that kind of stuff. Both in the emergency management program and in the 911 dispatch system.
Have our cameras in this facility been linked to
Not as
emergency?
of yet.
The plan is to have them.
That's what I've been told, yes. We haven't been given access yet. Okay, so, another fun topic. I hate to beating the drum, but I have to ask, because my counterparts, my fellow department structure review panel members, been asking me for make a decision yet on that recommendation and staffing. Here on the month ago, November 23rd. Thought you'd have more discussion about that when you finalize the 2021 budget. So is there any update you can give me and I can pass on? My employees and to
I have a question. Is that, because the panel recommendation was for what, I mean, they had a specific recommendation for staffing levels and positions and FTEs and all that.
yes,
And I think um, asked, and I don't recall a specific answer about, is there something short of the
Yes.
full recommended, a partial,
Yes.
if there, is it all or nothing kind of thing where it doesn't really do any good if it's,
Yeah, I think on my third time we discussed it here in this forum, brought Plan D to your attention when we were in that budget process. And we knew that the original recommendation was to hire 3 new FTEs.
Right.
Promote 1 to supervisor, promote 1 to a lead. So we ended up with a comms supervisor and 2 leads. And then backfill that with 3 new hires at the bottom. Option B, as I presented it back then, I think it was somewhere, but at in October, I believe. No, it was still the end of September. Was to eliminate that communications supervisor position. Just have 2 leads, so hire 2 FTEs and promote 1 lead. Then having, so the org chart would then include 2 leads and have, what are we end up with? 9 officers, 2 cadres. So that would get us partway there, and I got a lot of scheduling and overtime projections that I gave you. Right. Talked about the cost savings and overtime, and so on. And the difference, sorry. Then I provided you with a spreadsheet that said, the offset in overtime, the difference, the overtime we think we will potentially eliminate. Hiring those 2 people would get that effect of the budget of somewhere in the $20,000 range per year. I think at the 3, it was $58,000. Sure. I don't know if I have enough copies to go around and give everybody.
You just handed that out, right? Because I have the email from the 29th, or September 21st. They just have this.
Yeah, I
Plan
provided.
A. I don't
I-
have.
He
Yeah,
came back with the
it
plan.
came fast. I
but
do
it was in
recall.
hand, right?
The minute he started talking, I turned around and grabbed it off my shelf, and I don't have my shelf.
Plan B was in our copy.
Right.
Yeah. And Plan A with the 3 new hires was an increase in the annual budget of just under $59,000. Plan B was at that $20,000 a year. Net increase as a projection.
Did you email me that plan? So I can-
I think the issue, at least I had with actually any of it, is I'm not, because the Plan B, if the 20,000, it's really only $20,000 more resources, that's not hard for me to get to because of the need. It's, I don't have super confidence that doesn't seem possible to me from a numbers standpoint. And then once you commit to the FTEs, it doesn't really matter at that point. We're kind of on the hook as far as for that, because you restructure, you hire people, you do everything, because it's based on the savings from the overtime. And I just know from experience with law enforcement, not so much your department, I don't stay that focused on it, because in some ways I consider you got to do what you got to do. Not that law enforcement doesn't, but sometimes they have more flexibility in scheduling than you do, as far as, because they're working with more people and different stuff. But I just know from years ago, we kind of went through the same exercise when we made some changes to wages and benefits, and we were gonna have these savings from this overtime that we were gonna accrue, and it didn't happen. It just did not. When the dust all settled and we're a year later, when we really looked at the numbers, there were some savings, but it was not at the level that we had hoped when we projected it all. And that's all. I'm just very cautious when it comes.
And I would somewhat agree with that, because when I was a citizen in the back of the room, that then HR director came forward with a org chart shuffle for the jail and how it was not going to cost anything. It was actually going to save money. My math and red flags were going off. And it kind of did the same thing. It ended up costing, not saving. So
It really depends on the cost savings in limiting the overtime depends on our ability to maintain full staff.
right.
Uh,
So
There'll be less and less cost savings.
is let's say a plan B with 2 FTE, would that change your shift schedule? You're not doing 12 hours, you're doing 10 hours. I mean, you still have your same shift schedule even if you add these people, right?
Yeah, 12
Where
hour,
the jail shifts were gonna switch.
12-hour shifts, most conducive not only for our needs, the county's needs,
Right.
for staffing, but also the employee.
Is there
You go to
a,
any comp center, if you ask them what the employees, what they would like, and even Wasco County, yeah, they'll tell you straight up, we wish. They're doing 8 to 10.
right, you have an option A with 3 FTEs and an option B with 2 FTEs. Is there an option C with 1? He hangs his head low. With 1, with the, let's see how this overtime works. And if
Yeah.
you're right, then
Option C would not include any savings in, or of any kind whatsoever. It would continue to stress my people out. With the option C, without telling you what it is. But knowing that I have an option C pass, like if I don't get what I really need. Option C would include giving people positions that they could not fully perform. That I need them to be able to do what they can when they're not in the regular rotation of the schedule. What I've been trying to do with the week 1 communications officer for 6 years almost. And how we're 12-hour shifts on the regular rotation with everybody else. Nights, weekends, all of that. Try to function and do those administrative duties. With the 9 to 5 world.
So if I
We're not taking calls off the board and everything else.
if I get it, read between the lines enough, you have an option C, you just have 0, or not 0, but very little feel that it would fix anything.
It will help to a degree that I believe I'm going to ask for it if you don't give me anything. Put it in my language. I've got to do something, but
But you don't think it's the answer?
not at
That's
all.
that's where I was trying to get to.
Really honest.
I like brutally honest.
I'll probably just end up turning out to people.
Well, we kind of have to think forward as staffing becomes problematic in the next 5-7 years. And everybody starts offering incentive pay and bonuses if you go here, and which is why we're trying to get payroll at the right point to try to retain these people.
Some other comp centers are offering $5,000 to sign a 1-year agreement to stay right now in our state, and in Oregon, it's even worse.
I picture a lot of that happening in the next 5 years. Sign-on bonuses and retention bonuses.
So with that being the case, how did we find 3 new comms officers that are currently going through training? Didn't offer these big signing bonuses?
Yes.
Or staying bonuses. So that's what I'm trying to understand here is we made a big change on wages. It's going to cost a lot of money and it's going to put a lot of hurt on the moving into the future. especially if we know what that curve is gonna be over the next 4 years.
You're referencing the new
The new union agreement, that's gonna put a
Across the
lot,
whole, board,
across,
across
that's
everything.
gonna put a lot of strain on the budget. It's already getting strained just due to the fact that we don't have to live with it. Adding staff and adding everything else is putting additional strain in it. If you want Burleon's coming back, I don't know at the end of this time next year, if we're going to be able to retain the number of employees that we currently have, let alone be added anywhere in the system. And so that's my brutally honest answer coming back over the other side, is just that it's gonna get tight everywhere unless big changes to revenues occur, which that's my big focus for the next year. But until that happens, I don't know where that's gonna go.
I understand and appreciate that as well. I know the position you're in. I wouldn't want to be in your position. I do regret that I didn't bring this to the board, 3 or even 2 years ago. But this department and the 911 dispatch function, even when it was in the sheriff's office, has never been properly staffed to mitigate the continued burnout and turnover that we faced for decades. So it will come down to a matter of priority. Want to make sure that our 911 dispatch function viable and operate in the future without continual short staffing issues. And to go to your point is how did we get those people? The 3 new hires, when everybody pay signing bonuses and everything. We still have good people that live in this county. One of them's a lifelong county resident. The other 2 moved to this county because they appreciate what this county offers. And one of them wanted this job specifically, and another one signed up for the casual position and then decided she wanted full time. That's what we hired her. Because they want to serve, have good people here that want to be in emergency services at all levels, law enforcement, fire, and that are moving here. That want to live in the county. That is to our benefit. How long that continues, I don't know, but I feel very fortunate that is the case and we were able to attract them. It's difficult work, but it is meaningful and they want to.
I would say,
Criteria when I'm looking at applications is they want this job, not just a job. Do they really know what this job is? First 2 criteria.
I would say I have the same worries that is your math right? That this really is only gonna cost 20 grand. And the second one is, come next budget season, can I afford the 20 grand? Or do I gotta lay off the 2 new hires and go back to the old orchard? And those are both unknowns going forward, but
And at the same time, another function of our department, but it doesn't work without all 3 functions is projected expenses for the upkeep of the radio system. Down by.
which that's a different discussion that we're gonna have to have. But when
yeah,
I
it's all
look at,
about that.
when I look at dollars spent in our budget, in which county employees, if it comes down to budget numbers, if I've got to find the budget next year, and rob from Peter to pay Paul, I guess you could say, I still see that available. So with that, I'm willing to hesitantly, but willing to sign off my approval on option B to see if this math works. Knowing that if it doesn't, you might have a different answer in this budget.
Understood. I wouldn't expect anything different. gonna make you more comfortable, but, you know, numbers. Sources, right, my own administrative assistant and from HR. Jen's had some input where that looks like. There again, I don't want to overpromise because it will depend and it will take, there will be the lag time for the hiring process. Right,
There'll be some transition.
and the training process before
The overtime
the
gets cut.
people and staff, you know, it's gonna be a year.
Well, I guess the question is when you run the numbers over on what your regular term is and where your hiring time is, so you take your turn and you take your hiring, you're currently hiring 3. You run those numbers. I mean, I don't know if it's an interim or, you know, what you have for, you know, the casual position where, you know, you hire as a casual. The whole purpose is because the job inherently has a high turnover rate. Always will, just because that's the job. Much higher than other professions. And so we just want to make sure what's the right staffing and how do you remain there? That's the big key, is how do you remain there, even though you might not need, like this position right now, you're not hiring, you're not training for it because you don't have the training available. But if you were projecting out at your regular turn and burn rate, well, you should be finding a way to train that person and hire it, just knowing that it's gonna roll over. And then one of these 3 that's currently in it might fall out, and then you have this person to step in, might look at full-time rather than casual. And that's where the whole thing I was getting to is that's what truly matters. The right staffing level is fully staffed at what you probably currently have in terms of, but you've
Just-
never been there.
Yes, just to fill basic 24/7, 2-person on shift requirement. If anybody goes on vacation, then you're filling with those.
Now you're overtime. So, and that's kind of my.
You can only fill 24/7 with 8 people if nobody has a day off, except for their regular days off.
You might be adding 2 positions to the org chart, but it doesn't mean those 2 positions are unfilled. Because
But right
you
now,
might
we would
fill them and then a regular one leaves and then that one pops in.
So I
as
think we
regular
have a
and they're
better
hired.
chance of keeping people longer.
Right, you don't have
because
to
they
burn
won't
out.
suffer
because-
more overtime.
That's what I'm
They
looking
will be better supervised because of the 2 leads, right? Having the time to do that supervision, quality assurance checks, continuing education, mentoring, all that stuff that I don't have now. And I've got.
That's what I'm looking at. Is worst case scenario, these 2 in the org chart, 2 new ones in the org chart are being trained. That if one of these people fall out, they can slide over. You don't have to go without somebody for 6 months while you're hiring.
Right, but I think what the point Jake's trying to make is that if you had more flexibility in that you just basically are hiring as, it's like you can look and know based on past history, you're gonna need to fill X number of positions, 2 new per year. And even if you're fully staffed, you already are, because within 3 or 4 months, you're gonna need somebody to bring them online. And so I don't know if that is like a
Right, but it's
floating position, that are in there that are on the org that you don't necessarily, or maybe we have FTE, but we don't fully fund. That's the, that's the
That's why I
casual.
think that's why I think you have the turnover though, is because when you are, let's say you are fully staffed, employee number 1 goes on vacation, employee number 2 is now forced to work overtime to cover that person's vacation.
It's a casual position.
And back to the training, not being able to train enough. 2 of the people that we lost in the last less than 6 months were training officers. One, another job, actually, that was casual, but can't do full-time training. And then the other is a promotion to the chief. So that takes 2 training officers out of the things. That's why I'm down with 3 training officers. Not able to train. And this is, this is extreme circumstances. Never since I've been here, I don't know, that that's a long time dispatchers, if they ever had 3 people in training at the same time, then it would pull that off.
Well, know, and that's kind of, what is your success rate on hiring trainees? You said you were 50% passing or something like that. Yeah, how many of them get through training? So if you've got 3 now, odds are one of them will make it through training.
Yes, or through the probation period.
Right, probation period.
That's the first year and a half, because the training period is anywhere from 5 to 6 months, and then they start probation for 1 year. After that, so at least one of those, we have to believe. Not me. But if I have more support for them, and like I said, less overtime, they don't have to, like yesterday, somebody called out sick at the last minute. So I have to pull in somebody that's already doing overtime, to do more overtime.
And now we
And they
let
have no
those
choice.
trainees actually use their vacation time, or before we didn't.
Yep.
So hopefully it doesn't put it out.
And I'll take care of ourselves a little bit better. I'm,
Right up with-
myself and the chief of ops aren't having to do the lead communications officer's duties because they're in the full-time rotation. Nights, weekends, whatever, kids, because that's the priority. 2 people in the seats 24/7. The only other county entity that has to do that is jail staff, and the only other entity in the entire county that does that is the EMS. The law enforcement has 24/7 coverage.
Okay, I don't think you're getting an answer today. I know, I mean, unless we want to make an answer, but I don't think the answer, because at this point, my problem is, once we do it, there is no going back. We have never, like, we have added law enforcement positions since I've been here. It would be earth shattering to remove them. I mean, because that's one solution, is that, oh, well, as you just said, they don't provide 24/7 coverage. You take 2 FTE out of the sheriff's department and you use that to fund 2 FTE, and it's like, nobody wants to make a hard, it's all like everything's important. And I don't like, it is important, but I also get the, I think we have added FTE to communications since I've been here at some point. So that there has been, and I can see, so it's like I have to be super careful, because if we do it, it's forever.
Well, you can always add them hire them as a temporary one.
But you're not, if you know that, you're not, I can just, yeah, we totally can do that. We can say, yeah, we're gonna add 2 FTE based on budget, which every single position here is based on budget. Nobody has a guaranteed job as far as it is every single thing, but it becomes,
Since you brought it up though, the original recommendation when the new department was formed, and then
Right.
911 dispatch function was taken from the sheriff and put in emergency management. The town's recommendation of 3 new FTEs and that structure was based on that recommendation by the board appointed. I think it was called
right, which was,
emergency
their recommendation was, if money was no object and you were building a perfect system, what would it look like? And they like, here's a recommendation. We implemented some of what they did, but it was also it was a pretty big increase over what they had. I just know FTE count, when we pulled the department out of the, when we look at the composite of when it used to be together, it was all together. We have more people working in the whole sector now than we did before. So we have added resources across the whole, I'm not talking just money, because everything's gone up over time. It's actual FTE count. So there's more bodies working across the whole system between, patrol officers, jail, and dispatch. There is more FTE than there was.
I believe that what wasn't fully understood or considered at that time of the transition was the amount of overhead that the sheriff's office had, the admin level that was managing all of their
Right.
divisions, they call them. but,
Right.
The 911 dispatch function, right? And that is where we support those communications officers with that supervisory oversight and input. I mean, that's what I'm lacking, is the ability to provide takes technology, facilities, everything to keep that function operating. The 911 dispatch function on the backside, everything in the backwood, right? Everything, all the overhead administrative work, as well as the radio system and everything that takes to keep it functioning behind the scenes. And still being able to support those communications officers with proper training and mentoring, everything it takes to keep them viable as our employees long term. And they have that level of upper management of the sheriff's office at many levels. That,
Right, and I'm not disagreeing with you. I totally agree with you. But what happened is when the department moved, some resources went, but we left a bunch of capacity in those other departments that the responsibility, they didn't have to do them anymore. And they have now reallocated that to whatever. And so
and
there's,
originally, yeah, the new department was formed with a half-time
Right.
administrative assistant, which like, that never worked.
it's never gonna work. I agree.
And when I came on board, I was like, it's gotta be 3/4 time immediately, that was obvious. And then it was, you got accounting and clerical persons for all three of the functions that I'm responsible for. It's obviously full time.
Yes, sir.
Okay, the plan, we just finished the budget. We don't know where we're gonna be January of 2020, 2022 in terms of how much money we blew through out of our reserves. Technically speaking, we're supposed to have a hiring freeze currently in place because we're running through. How could I, as be hiring new positions and creating new FTEs, there should be a hiring freeze in place. We're gonna be changing every hiring position next year. You're gonna have to come in and really advocate for that position. If it's something that draws off the general fund and what we get. That's just the honest to God's truth. This is a huge decision that the HR director needs to be sitting in here, that we need to say, this is what we think. This is good. You're like $20,000. $20,000 could also be $200,000 if everybody decides to go on vacation at the same time and you don't get less overtime. And you have people that, you know, all three of these training office people being trained don't work out. And we have to see the upper and lower bands of those limits. And I have to know, because it's not budgeted right now. I literally can't give it to you and say, go do it if it's technically not budgeted for 2022 as it is. So we're gonna have to do a budget amendment for that anyways, if we do move forward with it. So getting you the answer today is, sorry, I definitely can't get. And, you know, I try and look at this entire organization of 250 employees and where we're gonna be at the end of next year. 2023 scares me.
I hear what you're saying. Just for clarification, we as contract, we don't allow anyone to go on vacation at the same time and allow two people. It's only if it's reasonable for us, for staff agreements, that's needed as part of the agreement. Because, somebody can't be gone and not fill their time, right? The work doesn't just sit on the table. I don't call it spot. So those shifts always have to be filled. Okay, well, I appreciate all that. Like I said, I don't envy your position.
And we don't envy yours either.
Right.
And what, yeah, and so to keep any sense of positive morale and hope for the future, I'm forced, without an answer, I'm forced to decide whether to make a request for my office, see if I can improve in any small way and to keep folks motivated, not to find work elsewhere. So at this point, I'd like to make a request and ask for your discussion on change my org chart. Give me that box, even though that person will have to do whatever they can to fulfill their position description duties in between answering phone calls, dispatching radio traffic. You know, not be able to take well with people that are great 9 to 5-year-old back end stuff for myself, my chief of ops, so I can continue on that. But without setting up a two-team dynamic, which Dave knows very well, when I got here, it was very divisive. They were set up by management to be in head position. No, it's bad. I will not allow that to happen. But I need, just like the jail has, some level of supervisory contact with all my comms officers on a regular basis. It's working, they're working nights and weekends. If I didn't work in the evenings, or my comms, my chief of officers work in the evenings, potentially we would see our night shift in 2 months. Maybe our night shift.
Question.
I'm sorry, I was unaware all this was coming, so I was stalling during your presentation. And now we're stalling into other time. I think this conversation is gonna go longer. So I would ask the chairman if we could bring this individual back for at least a half an hour next week. In the morning workshop session or something to, so he can make a presentation that we're not trying to rush it through.
Actually, I would actually ask you better if you're available later this afternoon.
That would be preferable. I mean,
I'd rather get it settled. And
Oh, okay, there you go.
yeah, so let's do that because we're cutting into something else we need to do, and I want to give this just form. I'm be prepared to, whatever. Basically, I'm willing to give you whatever latitude you need within your how you organize the department. But the caveat's going to be on it's the dollar piece of it. So that's what you need to be able to answer. Can you do it within? Because as far as I'm concerned, I give directors great latitude to structure your department. Whatever you think is a solution, a temporary solution that will work, I will support.
The temporary mitigation effort I can take right now is that's another person that we have to be. I can absorb that in my current next year's budget by doing without some other things, because the differential for that is 4%.
Okay, so let's have you back. We don't need to do it. We're going to be done at 3:20. I'm going to stick you, and we'll just push off the prosecutor until we're done with that. He likes to go last.
Do we need 3:20? I mean, Renee's on a 2:50 and scheduled for half an hour.
Well, if we're going to make a decision,
He said like he's early in.
He's early in.
yeah. So if you're here early, come earlier and we're available, but we'll definitely, I will stop the other discussion. Oh, Canel said he has nothing today, so that's fine. So we'll put you in and then do him at the end if he's not. So 3:20.
This person will be here whenever you need.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Mr. Chairman, I call recess to 1 o'clock, so we have.
I would second motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to recess until 1 o'clock. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion passed. We are recessed. We'll see folks back at 1 o'clock. Okay, 1 o'clock. I will call the meeting to order. Let the record show all 3 commissioners are present. We will start first with our pledge of allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I want to make a motion to approve the business agenda as presented.
I'd like to move that public.
We already did.
Oh, we did.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second on the business agenda. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye, motion passes. That will take us to citizen comment. This is an opportunity for citizens to address the board on any topic that there is not a hearing on. So I have folks in chambers and I have folks online. I will remind people again, we are still working on the sound system. So if you are a presenter, please speak loudly so that folks online can hear. So I'm going to come to the room first. Does anybody want to provide public comment first in the room? Please come forward, sir.
Good day, I'm Ken McCune, Goldendale, Washington. And I bring you good tidings of comfort and joy, and I hope you think so after I'm done telling you what I'm going to tell you, okay? First, I want to read a letter that I wrote to the owner of a company called Oportus, O-P-P-O-R-T-U-S, T-A-S, O-P-P-O-R-T-A-S.com. And it's a developer. And I go, here's the letter. I know him personally, so I called, hello, Rob. And I had sent him pictures of the old PUD building, Annex 1. Okay, and I said, this building will soon be demolished to make a parking lot for Klickitat County. It currently houses various county offices, but will soon be empty when the offices are moved to a new county services building. I'm in discussion with the county, asking them to surplus the building and let the public have a chance to acquire it. Our town needs commercial space to grow some opportunity for the town. It will be on the Goldendale City Council agenda on Monday, the 20th. And I'm asking them to work with the county to surplus property. The county commissioners have already said if there is anyone interested in it, that they will go ahead and surplus the building. There are some issues like the roof and asbestos typical for these older buildings. If you, I hate to see 14,400 square feet disappear due to lack of interest. If the building isn't salvageable, the lot could house a new building. Hopefully we can get it on the market and give Goldendale some much needed development. Okay, that I read that to the city council and explained to them about Oportus and Mr. Rob Crocker, the owner of Oportus, some of the work he's doing in Coos Bay. Right now, they're developing an old 8-9-story hotel there. They're going to turn it into 50 apartments. Several other old buildings there that they're renovating for the city of Coos Bay. Mr. Crocker's done work for Reedsport, Oregon City for the last 15 years. He's got a track record of excellent work. His company comes in, and the goal of his company is to help rejuvenate and upgrade commercial areas for cities, small towns especially. So during the city council meeting, they listened to me, and at the end of my presentation, they discussed it, and there was a motion and a second. Sorry, can I go a little longer?
Sir, I'm not gonna, I can't do that, but can you get us that information, or I'd be happy to talk to you after I get done.
Sure. Yeah, okay.
I have to hold to the 3 minutes because once we start,
3 minutes really goes fast.
it does. I know, that's why I do use the timer, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. So stick around if you will, please.
Okay.
Okay, we are still in citizen comment. I'm going to go to Zoom now. If there is someone that wishes to provide public comment, raise your hand, unmute yourself, get our attention. Okay, Lisa Evans, go ahead.
Good afternoon, County Commissioners. My name is Lisa Evans. I live in White Salmon on Anderson Road. I just have a really quick question, and that is, since with the redistricting for the state, we were moved from Congressional District 3 to Congressional District 4. I am just curious if the county commissioners see any changes that will happen in our county as a result of the congressional district change, or if this really has no impact on us as a county. And then it's just a matter of looking at our own lines. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Evans. Okay, we are still in citizen comment. I'm going to come back to the room if there's anyone that wishes to provide citizen comment. Not at this time. Okay, back online. Please unmute yourself. *6 if you're on a phone. Let's see. It's popping up. Okay, well, if somebody changes their mind, we have 23 more minutes. Step down, Mr. Vice Chair. We just step outside. I don't mean that.
Motions. I did not put the estimate on the blue card because I was running really short on time. But can you make the motion off of Gordy's paperwork that I gave you? It's the exact same wording that I would use. There's two of them. I was just gonna redo the blue card. Off of Gordy's. Can you make the motion from that? Okay. I got it. Good idea. Yeah, I was just reading what we tried to make that. That's a lot. That's, I was gonna copy it. Okay.
I was here last time. Weren't you here last time? We talked all about this.
IT did get our Zoom stuff
5
going.
years, we don't have a problem for a traffic.
Oh, it was different cameras, so.
It's smooth. Now after the fact.
Okay. Dan, okay, Jake seconded.
I was trying to walk fast, but I think I'm just gonna stay in shoes as they get walking.
It's pretty much, it's like, oh, that's pretty much. Jake had a salad.
I was trying to walk just the snow. We do a lot of salads. If you're in the snow, you're in salad bowl. And I make blue cheese. Don't make branch one, it's in there. Once in a while, you buy, that was store bought stuff. Now you eat it, I'm not gonna.
Saturday, but yeah, those are the worst.
Yeah. Yeah, and my daughter's supposed to come back from Sunday. Did you see how cold it's going to get?
That's what my kid, the grocery store told me it's gonna get really cold. Oh, it's, oh, yeah. Yeah.
And just,
We don't have a fireplace or anything.
fireplace, but she said it was in our. Check it out.
I have to go look at the window here. This side, this thing. Hey, I think yours.
These little deer,
they are Christmas presents to the commissioners. And I needed something so that we could see the public, but I guess.
They're very cute.
Aren't they cute? Fred Meyer. But I bought all of them. Would you guys like to have a card filled out for Mr. Barker to send? It's kind of cold. You guys want to sign one?
Oh, yeah. Do you know any, not that I want to do one.
I did ask,
Public meeting.
I did ask if there's no update right now.
Okay.
She will let us know. I've already charted us.
Yeah. We are still in citizen comment. If folks were just joining us or changed their mind, I will take citizen comment from anybody online or in the room. Unmute yourself if you're on the phone, or unmute yourself if you're in the room.
Good.
I don't know, you may want to be muted today.
It can be final comment, which
Right,
is smart.
that's- Not seeing anybody, so everybody's getting ready for the holidays, I guess.
Can I talk? I'm on, I have to be on,
Everybody can hear you.
okay, I can, that's all right.
Come on up.
Wait, yeah, do I have to have this on?
Go ahead.
Happy Golden Day. Is it okay to talk about redistricting or not?
I would prefer not until, because we have the hearing. And,
Because we're gonna talk about that.
we're going to talk about that. If you want to talk about
If you want to
anything
talk
else.
about county redistricting, that's on our agenda. If you want to talk about state redistricting.
Right, the congressional, that's a okay topic.
State redistricting, or can we assume that all of our Curtis, Gina, and Chris are still?
I believe there was none of the plans that I saw had us changing our state legislative district. It's only the federal congressional districts or.
That's what I saw. Lisa wasn't sure about one. So nobody is on the call-in today.
Well, there's lots of folks.
28, just want to talk.
Oh, okay. All right, Ryan, if you want to have one.
You have this. I set your timer.
I found it interesting having as many of these meetings as I have attended, that usually somebody calls in and wants free county paid for childcare. And if we managed to survive from now without that, and it was brought to my attention that that's just one way to take control of young children at a very young age, indoctrinate them, if you so chose to do so. I think everybody's always managed to take care of their children on their own without having the county or the state or the federal government do it for you. So that's my opinion on that. I've been wanting to say that. Okay, I guess I can't think of anything else I need to say.
Thank you. We are still in citizen comment. If anyone wishes to provide comment, this is your opportunity.
You are still having 4 people join, so maybe someone will.
Yeah, I'll keep reminding people. Just for those of you that just joined, we are still in citizen comment for the general board meeting. If you're joining for the redistricting meeting, that starts at 1:30. But we are open to public comment on any other topic right now.
Spirit of joy.
There's always hope.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. This is Joanna Turner from Trout Lake.
Yes, go ahead.
I just wanted to let you know that I was here. I'm commenting later.
Okay. We'll make note.
Thank you very much for that.
But you're all.
You should be thanking me for your.
Oh, sometimes I'm not here very often. Last week I don't think I was here at all.
Things going wrong.
Yeah. I will give folks another opportunity. This is citizen comment for the general board meeting. If you wish to provide public comment, this is your opportunity. Unmute yourself or get our attention.
Mr. Chairman, I did make your.
Yes, I appreciate that.
Meeting. And I believe that Heather.
We'll be here to provide a staff review. Staff report. We have someone. Okay, 0088. Did you wish to provide public comment?
Yeah, this is Delmer Eldred, Goldendale. I
Go
just got a question. Has public comment ever had any effect on you guys on the decisions you make? And what, if so, which one was it?
I will answer the question, yes, but I won't give specifics on which one.
Go ahead.
Thank you for your comment, Mr. Eldred. This is Commissioner Anderson. Considering the public comment is not for anything that is currently on the agenda for that day, the answer should be no. It is not allowed to have an effect on anything that occurs during.
So, yeah, so anyway, I guess my basic point is, Commissioner Anderson, then public comment really has no effect on any decision or any thing that you guys are working on. It's just an exercise you do to, I guess, let the public vent, but you guys don't pay any attention to it, right?
I disagree.
Mr. Anderson.
Okay, well, what instance has it had an effect that's changed your guys' decision on anything?
Thank you, Mr. Eldred. As you can see, public comment has a major effect. For example, the gentleman, Mr. McKeon, who came in to have a discussion about something that was already deemed and went through the public process. That was before I was even here regarding Annex 1. That is based on his public comment and his work outside of the public comment. We are looking into other options for Annex 1. So that is a prime example of what public comment can be used for. It can be used to help educate commissioners.
So you guys are going to take in consideration of selling that building and let whoever takes it over, then they'll have to assume whatever has to be done to it, right? You guys won't have any say-so over that?
Mr. Eldred, could you clarify that? I didn't understand the question.
Okay, well, whatever has to be done to that building, once it's sold, it's out of your guys' hands. You cannot put a time stipulation when it has to be done or how much has to be done or anything. It'll all be done through the planning department or the building department.
It would depend on what process we went through. If we surplus any property, doesn't matter. Once we surplus it and it goes into some other ownership, we're no longer owners anymore. If there's some public benefit that we're not surplusing it, we're donating it, or we're donating a portion of it, then yes, of course, we can put conditions on our gift. But I'm not aware at this time, as far as any, generally considered, if it's surplus, it's belongs to another owner and they can do with it as they wish within whatever the law allows.
Yeah, I'm just curious if you guys are going to make it impossible for somebody to buy it, that they're going to have so many stipulations that it would be advantageous to even consider it. But
Okay, sir, your 3 minutes have expired. Thank you. We are still in citizen comment. If there is anyone that wishes to provide comment, this is the opportunity, either in-house or in-room or online. If you're online, unmute yourself or *6 if you're on a phone. Not seeing anybody. Change your mind, please get our attention. I don't know. It's a good question. Okay, I will announce again, we are in citizen comment for the general board meeting, not the redistricting meeting, which starts in 5 minutes. If there's anyone that wishes to provide public comment, the general nature, this is your opportunity. I'm sorry. Oh, Pat Arnold, are you unmuting? Do you wish to provide public comment?
Yes,
Yes, go ahead.
I do have a general comment. I've noticed in the agendas recently, and maybe they've been there for a long time and I just haven't noticed, but I've noticed recently that there are some things that are called public meetings and some things that are hearings. I'm not clear what the difference is. I know in practice, a public meeting doesn't appear to require a public notice. And I saw one note on one public meeting. And I think I also received in an email information that public comment may or may not be taken in public meetings, but if there is a source that you can send me, a citation that explains the difference between public meetings and public hearings and which kind of event is going to be pursued. I think you can do decisions at either one of them. It's like I'm unclear, and I would appreciate it if some information about that could be published or could be posted or something like that, so that I understand better when you have public meetings, when you have public hearings, what the procedures are for both of them. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Ms. Arnold. Commissioner Anderson.
Ms. Arnold, this is Commissioner Anderson. I just wanted to make sure that you received my email that I sent based on the public hearings versus public comments and the links to the MRSC articles.
I did, and I read there, that's one of the things I read, that public comment may or may not be taken at public meetings, but I still don't understand what the procedural difference is. Like, for example, if you, there's a review or an appeals process after a hearing. I don't know if there's anything like that after a public meeting. When is it, on what grounds do you decide to have a hearing or a meeting? That kind of thing. And yes, your email was helpful, but it still left me with questions.
Yes, go
I
ahead.
think some of those situations depends on what the actual situation is. Many things are based in statute and different processes you have to follow what the statute says. But I will send something out with.
I would say it can be a little confusing as far as, right, I would echo what the clerk says. Many of the processes in the RCW dictate that you shall have a public hearing, which is different than other things. It's not a requirement. And so those are public meetings, which you can take testimony, but it's actually not a requirement. As to how those are segregated out in the RCW as far as what triggers one versus the other, I'm not really, I know anything, any legislative action that the board is considering taking, in my experience, that's always a public hearing, because in fact, that's a legislative action where we're trying to get input from folks to decide what action we're going to take. An administrative review, the board review of administrative actions, such as a short plat, that is not required. It's a public meeting because it's a review of an administrative action. If it's a full subdivision, it's in the RCW, it does require a public hearing. And so I'm not sure, again, as far as how they have segregated out those procedures, as far as why some qualify and what some. I'm sure there is some ordered reason to which things are which. But I actually don't have a really easy answer for you, other than just my own experience.
I'm sure there is some kind of basis in an RCW or WAC or something. I just don't know where.
Right.
Find that. I mean, that helps. The difference between administrative and legislative, that helps. But I just like to know the foundation.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, we will see what we can find for you.
Thank you.
Okay, that is it for public comment. We will now move into our first time we set aside for public hearings, public meetings, and bid openings. Our first order of business is billed as a public meeting because that is what's in the statute, but we are going to accept public comment during it. To consider revisions to the Klickitat County redistricting plan by making a redistricting plan by making no changes to the county commissioner district boundaries or the Klickitat County Code Chapter 1.12.010 titled Commissioner District Boundaries Designated. So I will now open a public meeting for that purpose, and we will start with a brief staff review, and we'll go from there. I would ask again, we have sound issues, so if you can please speak as loud as you can. We have 31 folks on Zoom, and we want to give them the opportunity to make sure they can hear what the staff review is. We also will allow, if it helps, you can take your mask down to speak as well. I'll deal with the health department. Okay, so.
Okay, thank you. Hi, I'm Brandy Sullivan, the Elections Administrator, and sitting in for Brenda Sorensen, the Auditor. And I would like to present the proposed redistricting plan for your consideration. So the 2021 redistricting plan says Klickitat County, in accordance with RCW 3632, is proposing to adjust the County Commissioner District boundaries. RCW 3632-020 states the Board of County Commissioners of each county shall divide their county into 3 commissioner districts so that each district shall comprise as nearly as possible 1/3 of the population of the county, provided that the territory comprised in any voting precinct of such district shall remain compact and shall not be divided by the lines of said districts. As proposed, the 2021 redistricting plan will remain the same as what was defined in the 2011 redistricting plan. County Commissioner District 1 would contain 8,015 residents. County Commissioner District 2 would contain 7,407 residents, and County Commissioner District 3 would contain 7,367 residents. These figures are based on the 2020 census population information received by the Washington State Redistricting Commission on August 26, 2021. Current incumbent office holders will be unaffected by this proposed redistricting plan. Legal descriptions and maps for all 3 county commissioner districts are attached to the redistricting plan. And of note, it says page 1 of 12, it's really 1 of 11. So that's the only change that I see there. And just now that I've read that, I just had a couple little things to say. District 1 contains the 8,015 people. It's 35% of the population. District 2 is 7,407 people with 33% of the population. And District 3 is 7,367 people with 32% of the population. So the difference in population between the largest district and the smallest district is 648 people with a difference of 3%. Our office received training in April and May from the Washington Association of County Auditors and Flow Analytics, a GIS and data analytics firm who works with local governments and school districts in the Northwest. In the presentations, Flow recommended that the deviation of the most and least populated districts be less than or equal to 10%, with the goal being as close to 0 as possible. In 2011, the deviation in population from the largest to the smallest district was 1,283 people with a difference of 6%. The timeline during the current redistricting period was only 4 months, half of the regularly allotted time. Our office worked to get usable population figures, asking the Secretary of State's office, the Census Bureau, and working with our GIS department. Our office finally received the final population numbers, which included the inmate population allotments, on December 7th, 2021. Our office recommended not changing any of the commissioner district lines at this time.
Just speak loudly.
Okay, that's all I have.
Did the deputy auditor have any comment at this time? Okay, good. All right, thank you. I will now open the public meeting up for the purpose of taking public testimony on the, again, it's based on the record, so it is the draft redistricting plan that has been publicized. We have folks in the room as well as people on Zoom. We generally will go back and forth. So I'm going to start with folks on Zoom. If there's someone that wishes, I'm sure there are. Yeah, Joanna, you already said, I don't know if you want to go first, and I'm in a limit. I think we'll use the same for 3 minutes, if that is acceptable to my seatmates. 3 minutes to comment on the draft plan. Ms. Turner, do you wish to go first, or do you want to defer?
Sure, thank you. I can go ahead and get things started. Let me just grab my notes real quick. I'm representing the Trout Lake Community Council, and we submitted a letter this morning stating our concerns, but we just wanted to state verbally too that we, the Trout Lake Community Council, would like to express our concerns with the proposed redistricting map that has been presented by the election office. The process that the commissioners have used to publish the map and the lack of opportunity that has been given for Klickitat County residents to consider and comment on the proposed map. And the points we wanted to highlight is that District 1 is significantly larger in population than the other two districts. It's the fastest growing area of the county. Maintaining the status quo will just expand existing inequity, which will just be exacerbated over the next 10 years, pending the 2030 census. The Trout Lake Valley is distinct geographically from the Glenwood Valley. The two valleys are in different watersheds. They have different sources of drinking and irrigation water and other natural features, and it's frustrating that it's divided right down the middle of Trout Lake. The blocks moved to District 2 when the census was done 10 years ago and redistricting was done, or a while ago. Are in the very center of the town of Trout Lake. The Pearson family farm, which is iconic and historic farm at the entrance to the town center, is divided. So the family residence is actually on one district, and the barn and the farmland across the street are in another district. The plan also does not meet the requirement of the RCW 29A 10.5 that the county shall ensure that the full and reasonable public notice of its actions is approved. So the publication date of the public notice for the December 21st meeting for today was December 11th, and that was a Saturday. There was a draft plan was not included in the public notice, and the draft plan was not available until Monday, December 13th. So the current time schedule does not allow for any amendments following public comment, which requires that the commission amend the draft as necessary after receiving public comments and resubmit any amendment draft plan for additional written public comment at least 1 week before adopting it. Those are the highlights. I trust that you got our full letter and that you will read it and take it into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. Okay, I will go on to the next. I'm going to come in the room now. Is there anyone in the room that wishes to provide public comment on the draft redistricting? Not seeing anybody at this time. I'm going to go back to online. If there is someone that wishes to, please unmute yourself. Raise your hand, *6, something, get our attention. That seems hard to believe. Our folks are having difficulty unmuting themselves. Sorry.
Time is up, sir.
My time is up. Is there anyone else that wishes to provide public comment on the draft redistricting? Pat, go ahead.
Well, I just want to say the council, Trout Lake Community Council met last night and had an hour-and-a-half discussion about this, reviewed the draft letter and approved it. So Joanna's presenting on behalf of the council, which invited public input as well. And we had a few members of the general public, I think 6 at the meeting. So we're not all going to comment because you have the letter. I believe Linda Rowland sent you a separate comment, which I hope you've also received. But, you know, the points are in the letter. There's no point taking up time here to belabor them, I don't think. So Joanna spoke for us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Arnold. And I will confirm for the record, we did receive the community council's letter. We do have it. I have read it. Yeah, so we will do that. We are still in public comment on this. If anyone wishes to provide, this is your opportunity on the draft redistricting plan. Okay, we have somebody in-house. Please come forward. If you don't mind standing and using the mic so people can hear you.
Oh,
Talk loud.
Very bad.
Do that or just talk loud.
Thank you. Kathy Moko, Goldendale. Question, I think your redistricting plan sounds more equitable from what Brandy said than the last one was by 2 or 3%. So that's good. My question is, it has to do with this, is the precincts within Klickitat County. And some of the precincts are very small and some are very large. And the last time I know that we restructured the precincts was probably in the very early 90s, maybe 1992. I'm in Pine Forest precinct. Pine Forest at that time incorporated what used to be called Spring Creek. And so I guess my question is, who decides and when might the precincts be looked at?
Since it's a public meeting, we have some latitude, and if elections staff is willing to provide a response, please do.
So in 2011, we did adjust we did adjust Trout Lake and Glenwood, obviously, and some of Centerville, I think it was, in Pine Forest, just.
You were on. Now it's
Stop
not
out. I think it's got intermittent battery.
Okay, I'll just talk louder.
Talk loud.
But we just had discussion about that, and we understand that Pine Forest is very large, that, a couple of our precincts are getting close to that 1,500 registered voters cap that the law allows. And so that's going to be looked at in short time frame. We just did not have that done yet. But that is a discussion, and Brenda had mentioned that. All right.
I'm going to ask a follow-up. I think I know the answer, but please confirm. The looking at precincts can be done anytime. That's at the auditor's discretion. It has nothing to do with the census and redistricting.
It is two separate things.
Two separate things.
Clarification and help me make sure. The statute is it can't be more than 1,500, correct? And we currently have 3 that are pushing that, Pine Forest, and one other.
Houston.
So Houston. It's not for Valley, I think.
Is that
Something like that.
for Valley or something
Yeah.
like that? So, but the auditor is going to be looking into.
It should take some time and consideration because you have to rewrite the descriptions and take communities into consideration, those kinds of things. That is something that we're going to look at.
Okay, we are still in public comment for the draft redistricting plan. If anyone wishes to provide comment, this is an opportunity. If you are online, unmute yourself, raise your hand. Okay. If there are no more public comments, I'm going to close the.
I do have a follow-up, Dave.
Okay, please come forward in 3 minutes.
All right. Susan Kelsey, Goldendale. So right now, according to the chart we have with the total population of all the counties, all the precincts within Klickitat County, with a cap of 1,500, we now have 2 that's over and 3 that's near it. So if you're going to be looking at that to get it, you know, under 1,500, would that, because these precincts are not next to each other or maybe in different commissioners' districts, would this not have an effect on the commissioners redistricting?
Okay, so we're looking at two things. The numbers you're looking at are population. The numbers that we're talking about are registered voters. So the list that you would need to look at is completely different than those.
Okay.
So the census is population, meaning people of every age. The registered voters are people that are only registered to vote. So there could be many more people that are in the population figures but are not registered voters. So that's the difference there.
Okay. So this chart that you're talking about, or this graph that you're coming from, not registered voters, not the population, it's the same question then.
Yes. So if a precinct needs to be split and made into 2 different precincts because there's too many registered voters, those 2 precincts could still remain within the same commissioner district. It just, because the commissioner district has a legal description where a part of a precinct can't be in both commissioner districts. Say if it's on the line of 2 or 3 or whatever, it can't be in both. It has to be wholly within one or the other, where we can split a precinct and have both of those still contained in one commissioner district.
Okay. Yes, I'm good. Thank you.
That'll be acquired part of Trout Lake.
Keep us on that.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm on final call for public comment on the draft redistricting. Okay, seeing none, I'm now going to close public comment period of that and move to the board can ask questions of staff or basically anyone. So questions, Commissioner Christopher.
Question going back to in your statement, you said in 2011, the difference was 1,283 people or 6%. Was that the number after we got done adjusting the boundaries or the number before we started adjusting the boundaries? What do you know the math of when we were done?
So in the plan, let's see. We
Yeah, there's some.
I had that question. I
Should have forwarded it ahead of time, not
last minute. Yeah, spur of the notice. That is the math. So.
okay. Bear with us.
so these 2.
Got it up online.
So the answer is from the smallest to the largest, the difference was 82 when we were done in 2000.
Right now, it's 3%, and the only time you have to adjust it is if it's over 10%.
Well,
No, that was just guidance.
right. The law does say as equal as practical, I think is, as equal as possible is what the RCW says.
Ms. Arnold, do you have like a point of order or something?
I would just like to say that the Trout Lake Community Council's main concern isn't the imbalance, although we feel that that's a problem, especially given there's another 10 years coming when the west side's gonna continue to grow faster than anybody else. But the main thing is that the community split. So currently there are 882 in the Trout Lake precinct and 267 that are in the Glenwood precinct. So that 6% was before the last redistricting, has to have been.
Other questions for staff?
If we were to embark on trying to get this from 600, which is 3%, down to less than 1%, which is 82, like we did 10 years ago, the amount of time and cost for your department to try to do that, how long would it take?
I do not know the answer to that.
All parts are fine.
It would take time. We would have to try to find areas where we could take from District 1, put it into 2, then take from District 2 and 3. And just initially looking at it, it wasn't an easy decision because you couldn't take a whole precinct from any area. It would require splitting precincts, rewriting legal descriptions, taking into consideration communities such as what happened in 2011. And it would be time consuming process. It wouldn't happen within days.
Yeah, I have a follow-up question to that, because what ability, I mean, first off, I am going to acknowledge we were under very tight time constraints. We were not given the data, the final numbers until very late. We did not have a lot of ability, and I am concerned. Is there an opportunity? Because one concern that is, with the timelines, with if we would make revisions to the draft to go back out for public comment on the revised draft, we would be beyond what we are, again, statutorily required to do. What is our ability if we don't meet? What happens if we don't meet that? And is there a waiver? Is it even possible to miss the deadline?
I believe that's a legal question that I do not have the answer to. It doesn't state those things right in that RCW. So it doesn't have like the penalty or anything stated in it. So I do not know the answer to that question.
We did look into that a bit because we were presented with that question by a special taxing district about what happens, and we couldn't find clear-cut answers as to whether or not that was a possibility or what the ramifications were of doing so. But again, we would defer to the prosecutor's office.
Okay.
Reality.
But with the time you had, the data you had, this was your recommendation.
The auditor's recommendation.
Yes, Commissioner Anderson.
So I looked into this a bit to see what would happen if we tried to get it back to equal. And the only thing that I've come up with is we would make things even worse for the community of Trout Lake, because we would end up splitting it, following the lines like how the state does it. We'd be splitting the White Salmon River down Trout Lake, and everything to the east would be in District 2, everything to the west would be in District 1, and it would make it worse. I was in favor of leaving it alone based on the time it's going to take you to try to do it, based on having it done by the end of the year. And if I look at the growth patterns, they continue to play out in Houston, Fruit Valley, and everything else. If I look another 10 years, what may end up happening is all of Trout Lake will go into District 2, the whole community council. So rather than making the split worse than it currently is, I was in favor of leaving it alone.
Other questions or comments?
Let me just say, I guess I will. I guess I started the year always figuring we were going to have to do redistricting at the end of the year, making them as even as possible, if not making District 1 the smallest of the population between the three. That way it had room to grow without overgrowing. But with the time frame we were given with the data presented, I don't see a way that we can follow the law and have it done on the specific time we need to have it done. So I'm in favor of adopting the auditor's proposal.
Yes, go ahead, Madam Clerk. Please speak loudly.
There is no anticipated decision today. This is followed up with a public hearing next Tuesday for final consideration.
Thank you. I will comment as far as I participated in the one in 2011. As far as the redistricting, I am sensitive to the concerns that are raised by the traveling community because the community raised those concerns in 2011. And so I get that. We're in a similar situation in that it's looking at the census blocks. I mean, we have time issues. I am interested, I am going to follow up with the prosecuting attorney as far as exactly, between now and next on the 28th. So I can have it, so I know kind of what options, if any, are available to us. But that just, the issues that were raised as they were in 2011 about splitting, I don't really feel like a commissioner district is splitting a community. And having one district on one side of the road and one on the other and property, that I'm sure we could go find examples of that anywhere around those boundaries. You have to draw a line somewhere. It is, I understand it. I have the issue as far as that there is some equity issue as far as elections and stuff. I don't see that. I don't see, this seems fair to me in that it's not optimal, but it's within the guidelines of what we were supposed to do. I think it is, and where we're not changing something. It's hard for me to have a lot of heartburn with the status quo, because if there were, egregious change, we've had 10 years and I don't see it. I will consider, again, I want to know what my options are as far as delay. I don't see any way to delay. I don't like that as far as the, but I think it also, we have to just do the best we can with the time and the data that we were given and when we were given it. And so I do thank election staff. I know you guys and our county GIS folks. I know you guys have you've been crunching the numbers and trying to answer the questions as you or anticipate what our questions were going to be and what the public's questions were going to be. So I thank you for that. If there's no other discussion by the board, okay, I am gonna, we will close this. There is a scheduled public hearing for December 28th at 1:30 p.m. to take final action on this. So I thank folks for participating, and we will make some decision next week. It's a public hearing.
So why wouldn't the public hearing be this week?
Statute required to have a public meeting first and then a public hearing.
No, we went through the statutes. It is like there's like conflict between some of the language.
And thank you for all the people who commented.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to move us on to our next scheduled is a public meeting to consider approval of boundary line adjustment 2021-17 parcel number. I'm actually not going to read those. This is in the BZ corner vicinity. The applicants are Emily Amon, Alan, and Sean Blankenship. And we will start with a brief staff report. Thank you,
Okay,
Denise.
before I begin, I'd like to go ahead and have check out the staff of my laws. And if you could after this file, you have room, so we don't.
Do the back and forth.
All right, so what we have here is a boundary line adjustment BLA 2021-17. Everybody hear me? Is a proposal to adjust the common property line between parcels 041002190109
90100 and 04100259000200 off of Counts Road. And
See how I got you to read all those numbers?
Sorry. Yeah, and the Golden Dale was in, not
White
like
sand.
easy.
No, white sand.
Sorry about that.
Easy corners. It's in
Oh, it
easy.
is easy. Okay. So it's not off Counts Road. We did. The administrative review of this boundary line adjustment has been completed. Signatures have been obtained from the road health and planning departments, including the treasurer's office. All conditions attached to the preliminary approval have been met. If the board finds that it's in the public's interest to approve this boundary line adjustment, a motion will be needed to grant final approval of BLA 2021-17 applicants Emily Amon and Alan and John Blankenship.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board?
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, if there's no other questions, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I would make a motion to approve boundary line adjustment 2021-17. Emily Amon, Alan, and Sean Blankenship.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to approve boundary line adjustment 2021-17. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion passes. Yeah, fix it without having a big fight. Yeah, over somebody's shed. It looks like we got a couple of boundary adjustments like that.
Yeah, just cleaning.
Cleaning things up. Next is a public meeting to consider another boundary line adjustment, BLA 2021-15. Denise was running a special on boundary line adjustments last week, this year. This is in the Goldendale vicinity. The applicants are Merle and Beverly Schuler and Joseph Wapinas and Naomi Cole. I will start with a brief staff.
Okay, BLA 2021-15 is proposal to adjust the common property line between parcels 05, 14, 3658, 0000400 and 05, 14, 3658, 0003000 off of Counts Road in the Goldendale vicinity. The administrative review of this boundary line adjustment has been completed. Signatures have been obtained from the road health and planning departments, including the treasurer's office. All conditions attached to preliminary approval have been met. If the board finds it's in the public's interest to approve this boundary line adjustment, a motion will be needed to grant final approval of BLA 2021-15 applicants Schuler, Fortunas, and Cole.
Any questions for Denise?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve the boundary line adjustment BLA 2021-15 in the Goldendale vicinity for Schuler, Cole,
Fortunas, I don't know.
Fortunas.
I'm sorry.
sorry for the pronunciation.
Do I have a second? That evilly made pronunciation. I have a motion and a second to approve boundary line adjustment BLA 2021-15. All those, any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passed. Next is a public meeting to consider approval of boundary line adjustment BLA 2021-16. This is in the Lyle vicinity. It is between the applicants are Dan and Patrice Lester and Alice Peterson. Ms. Denise?
Okay, BLA 2021-16 is a proposal to adjust the common property lines between parcels 03, 12, 34, 15, 19, 02, 00, and 03, 12, 34, 15, 19, 04, 00 off Johnson Avenue in Lyle. The administrative review of this boundary line adjustment has been completed. Signatures have been obtained from the road health, planning, and treasurer's office. All conditions of preliminary approval have been met. If the board finds it's in the public's interest to approve this boundary line adjustment, a motion will be needed to grant final approval of BLA 2021-16 applicants Peterson and Lester.
Okay, thank you. Any Any questions or comments? Or was this primarily, I was looking at the map because I'm familiar with the property. Is that like, was the road that, I mean, they had frontage on the 60-foot easement, but it was pretty tight. I mean, because the house is under construction.
Yeah,
I
it
mean,
has
it's
to
only-
do with its access and how.
Right, it
they
was like
would
the
to
ac-
access the
right.
parcel. They
I
wanted
mean,
to
it's
modify that.
fine.
Where's the right of way now that's under construction? They can't put it on a corner.
No, it comes in,
Assuming
it
that's
comes
correct.
in Obey Heights, and comes down. See, they were just had to go through that little piece, and now they can kind of come in and go. I think the
Little bit.
garage is on back end. I think it was hard to get around and into the garage the way it was originally configured. So again, a nice example of people solving problems with their neighbors as a result in legal action.
Chairman, I make a motion to
You
approve
say me.
boundary line adjustment, DLA 2021-16 with the applicants Dan and Patrice Lester.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to grant approval to boundary line adjustment, BLA 2021-16. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye, motion passes. Next order of business is to consider approval of boundary line adjustment 2021-13 in short plat SPL 2021-26. This is in the Glenwood vicinity. The applicants are Jason Throop and Roger and Tricia Kuhnhaus. We'll start with a staff report.
Okay, this is a BLA short plat combo. It's a 2-lot boundary line adjustment, BLA 2021-13 of parcel 0612-0251, 000-200, and 0612-0200-00090. And a 2-lot short plat SPL 2021-26 of parcel 0612-0251, 000-200 within the Glenwood vicinity. The administrative review of the short plat and boundary line adjustment has been completed. Signatures have been obtained from Road Health Planning and Treasurer's Office. All conditions attached to preliminary approval have been met. If the board finds it's in the public's interest to approve this boundary line adjustment and short plat, a motion needs to be made granting final approval of BLA 2021-13 and SPL 2021-26. Applicants through.
Questions for staff?
Two lots. They see the change in the lot. They put the south side of Kuhnhausen on another lot.
The new lot line is basically north-south.
Just move this.
So there is no short.
Well, the first one is the boundary line adjustment, and then the second map is the short plat of the larger lot of the boundary line adjustment. Or the lot. The short plat is.
So ours in
Short
our
plat of
records
lot
actually
one at the
backwards.
boundary.
It has the short plat first. Boundary line adjustment, which they have to go, the boundary line just has to happen first.
Yes.
And then to adjust the boundaries and then.
And then the short plat adjustment.
So you can just move it down.
Yeah, Roger's house. It's going around Roger, away from Roger's house.
Just move it off.
Right, but then where's the short?
You see the little lot on, along the road there in the southwest corner? That's the new lot.
Lot 4
Yeah.
SPL 2021-15.
Lot 2, there's lot 1, which is the lot 1 in the BLA. That was short platted into 2 lots, the larger lot and then a small one. If you want me to show you.
Yes,
I'm not-
yes.
I'm not seeing that.
Oh,
there,
Right.
that one. Right, that's not showing up on my sheet. That house, that's why I asked. So I've got.
Okay, that's the boundary line adjustment from the
Okay.
top. So go to the next map to, sorry.
So I've got the BLA location.
Okay, now
I'll go,
look at the
go
short-
up, they were, they were reversed.
Oh, that's where I started.
There you go. So that's the short.
Yeah.
Just a little bit up where it said. This
The
lot
right
one,
number?
short plat 2021-15.
There goes.
It's just right up the peak of that road.
So I'm looking, so I don't.
It's actually, this one says 2021-15 right there. On his location,
This is not the right.
his location is this, but
No,
it's
no,
where I'm pointing to is right down in here.
Because you're looking at 21-15, which is way up here. So they're right, because that's struck lines. This one.
No, we're not even in that.
Oh, are we on the wrong?
Yeah, so I know what you're doing. You're doing this here, 2021-13. But there's a short plat. That's why. Well, did you find it?
Yeah, I'll give you my map.
2021-15.
Yeah, but we're on 30.
Right.
So when I put 15, 13 over there, it talks to me.
Okay, so we had one boundary line adjustment and a
So-
short plat map, so.
Here's the boundary line adjustment.
Right,
And then here's the short plat. You see this house down here?
okay, that.
That's what it is. Okay. Because that wasn't the
Yeah, that, okay.
the short plat wasn't. I understand it. I was just like, I don't see it when I'm. And so the barn's gonna stay with.
House, yeah, the barn is in one lot and the house is in the, is separated in the short plat.
Okay, I will entertain a motion.
Do you want them in two separate ones or do you want one motion?
It's all a combined application, so one.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve boundary line adjustment ELA 2021-13 and short plat SPL 2021-26. The applicants Jason Thorpe, Roger, and Tricia.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to grant final approval of boundary line adjustment BLA 2021-13 and short plat 2021-26. Any further discussion? All those in favor, say aye. Aye, motion passes. Okay, next is a public meeting to consider approval of short plat SPL 2020-22. The applicants, this is in the Dallasport vicinity. Applicant Whitewater Holdings Incorporated, which is Fort Nelson. Start with the staffer.
Okay, SPL 2020-22 is a proposal to create 4 lots from parcel 02132860 0003000 off of Shepler Street in the Dallasport vicinity. Administrative review of the short plat has been completed. Signatures have been obtained from the road health and planning departments, including the treasurer's office. All conditions attached to the preliminary approval have been met. The board finds it's in the public's interest to approve this short plat. The motion needs to be made granting final approval of SPL 2020-22. Applicant Whitewater Holdings LLC Ward Nelson represented.
Any questions?
That's a 60-foot easement going up there a lot. Correct?
Yes.
Any questions for staff or comments? No, I think this is in that area where we extended the sewer.
To get. Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve short plat SPL 2020-22, parcel number 0213-2860-0003/00. Applicant Whitewater.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to approve short plat SPL 2020-22. Any further discussion on this? Yeah. But, yeah, it was supposed to have been. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Motion passed. Okay, next is a public meeting to consider approval of short plat 2020-04. This is in the Goldendale vicinity. The applicant is Thomas Ireland. Scott, with the staff.
I've got this is short plat SPL 2021-05
Yeah, I don't have a no for Mylar.
is
Oh, it must be wrong. So which it's 2021.
2021-05, applicant Thomas Ireland
Yes, okay.
in the Goldendale vicinity. Okay, is a proposal to create 4 lots from parcel 05 16 3307 390200. Administrative review of the short plan has been completed. Signatures have been obtained from the road health and planning departments, including the treasurer's office. All conditions attached to preliminary approval have been met. If the board finds it's in the public's interest to approve this short plat, a motion needs to be made granting final approval of SPL 2021-05, applicant Thomas Ireland. The road health city off Pipeline Road.
Questions for staff?
I have one. Lot 1 is only 4.5 acres. Are these supposed to be 5-acre minimums or?
Well, there is a.
Is it, or this is short section?
No, it was 5 acres prior to the statutory warranty deed, the dedicated right of way to the county.
Okay.
We don't
Because
include
we
it in the
took
final acreage, but as a requirement of the new lot size. It's
We took their property, so.
So they, you do get to count it back toward to meet. Okay, I would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve short plat SPL 2021-05, Goldendale vicinity for Thomas.
I have a motion and a second to approve short plat SPL 2021-05. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye, motion passes. Next is a public meeting to consider approval of short plat. This says, but I think it is 2020-29.
2021-29.
2021-29. Okay, it's in the Bickleton vicinity. Applicants are Mark and Heather.
Okay. SPL 2021-29 is a proposal to create 4 lots from parcel 0620-2800-000400 in the Bickleton vicinity. The administrative review of the short plat has been completed. Signatures have been obtained from the road health planning and treasurer's office. All conditions of preliminary approval have been Board finds it's in the public's interest to approve this short plat. Motion needs to be made granting final approval of SPL 2021-29 applicants Mark and Heather Joby.
Any questions for staff on
I
this?
am seeing that on the Mylar, it's saying 19.70 acres per short plat.
1907, 1975, 1997, and 20.
And it shows here the lot online is 8.80 acres. So is that the same thing? When they're dedicated?
It is the same. These are surveyed, so what's online, the acreage online may not be different, but when the surveyor surveys, they know exactly what we're looking at.
But do we have the same issue with the easement with the road here?
It's not really an issue, but yeah, you start out with a certain amount of acreage, and if there's a dedication, that deeded right away is taken away from the total acreage because it's deeded to the county and it's not a part of the parcel anymore. It's not like an easement.
But has that deed already occurred in the past?
The
or is it
deed-
occurring here with this?
No, this deed is happening as part of the short plat. It will be recorded at today when I record this.
Do we have deeded right away from this short plat up to the Mickelton Highway?
That would be a Public Works question on whether, I know that typically Public Works, when we are doing a proposal, that they take that opportunity to obtain that right of way on these proposals, but whether or not it's past there, we'd have to ask Public Works. I'm looking at what's within this parcel and within this proposal. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, that answers my question. Did we used to do that, or did we used to require?
No, what we would have still do require is that if the county right of way, either easement or dedication was less than the 60-foot right of way, you couldn't subdivide unless the 60-foot was, that was cured all the way to where it was. But in this case, if Public Works has signed off on it, I'm assuming the county road is a 60-foot right of way. It's just not, it could
May
be
not
easement,
be.
it could be waiver, it could be anything. But can be typically asked to have a dedication when you do a short plat or a subdivision. We've had some that they've said no, and we will accept a dedicated easement for that. But if they did the easement, the acreage would not be, it would have been
It
deducted
would
out.
not have been deducted. This is
Deducted.
deeded right away to the county. This land is the county's now.
We do by, I don't know, it's in somewhere that you do, because it should be held against you if you donated the land against the 20-acre.
If you look at the map, they all say 30-foot dedicated or deeded to the county. Over here, it adds it, so maybe that's the same thing that she's talking about.
Right.
Add the 30-foot to the 1970.
Right, it makes 20.
It's already deeded, it says it right there.
Well,
Doesn't give the
there's a
number,
blank there. It says 30-foot deeded to the county AF number.
but it
When
doesn't.
I
list
record
what-
this, then I will put that on the plat. I fill that in before we record.
Okay,
3,000.
yeah.
We don't have a requirement on
Like a minimum, I know,
What's the question?
it's like, where is the limit on the length versus the width of the lot?
They obviously didn't want to put it in a driveway.
Well, the zoning determines the minimum lot size for.
Right, it's just long rectangle is kind of a weird
There's-
lot.
Yeah, and there is minimum lot width too. Again,
Which is
then
obviously-
there's a regular lot width calculation. So it just depends, but we look at all of that.
So this meets the guidelines as far as.
Yes.
Okay.
I believe this is more than likely has a 100-foot minimum lot width.
It's a long lot, somebody.
It meets the guidance. So, I would Chairman, I make a motion to approve SPL 2021-20. 29. Applicants Mark and Heather.
I would second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to approve short plat 2021-29. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye, motion passes. Okay, and our final public meeting is to consider approval of boundary line adjustment BLA 2021-14. This is in the White Salmon vicinity. The applicants are Abayagiri Monastic Foundation, Mark Steele. I will start with this.
Okay, BLA 2021-14 is proposed to adjust the common property line between parcels 03-11-18-18, 1601-00, and 03-11-18-18, 1602-00 in the White Salmon vicinity off of Canton Road. The administrative review of this boundary line adjustment has been completed. Signatures have been obtained from the road health and planning departments, including the treasurer's office. All conditions attached to preliminary approval have been met. If the board finds it's in the public's interest to approve this boundary line adjustment, a motion will be needed to grant final approval of BLA 2021-14 applicant Hayagiri Monastic Foundation, Representative Mark Steele.
Okay, thank you. Questions?
No, I just wish they had to put a summer halfway. It helped me make sense of some things.
This is another one of those. I'm wondering if the well, the survey or the sanitary
Yeah, but
area.
they're both in the same.
Yeah, basically doesn't
There's,
really.
unless the drain field's going out a little further. It's just,
I don't know,
not that it
people
would
can,
change anything.
people can adjust their lines between them.
There's
just
not
on
an
a whim.
existing fence, so.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve boundary line adjustment BLA 2021-14. In White Salmon vicinity applicants, Abayagiri Monastic Foundation. Okay, I have a motion and a second. This is grant final approval of boundary line adjustment 2021-14. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye, motion passed. Whew. All right, thank you. That was a lot of year-end housekeeping.
Consent and pay estimates until later. You do have Director King back in the room. It's Public Works, it's not yours. Those are not mine? No, this is not yours. Here's my set. It's coming down the line.
We're doing it as we planned.
Oh, you have. Okay.
Yeah, good, I love it. Yeah, big, yeah, yeah. Look at that. Actually.
Wish I had.
Oh, are these all the
Three
same?
different
No,
kinds off of Dave.
they're all
So we
different.
can check which one you wanted.
I did, thank you. You got the one I liked, yeah.
We'll get you a Sharpie.
That was a little bit refined. It's just,
There's so many, everybody.
it was
has a
new when I got it. It's just like now it's like, forget, like it's dead.
Yeah, and then you have to, I have to sign really slowly so the ink can run out of that. On my old one. To even work.
I like the idea that it's bigger, not extra fine. So it is eventually fine.
Have some more facets to these.
Do we have some more what?
Like this one,
Yeah, I have whatever you want.
the fat one.
Let me read them because there's so many different ones. 5 point, okay, so I need to know.
Thank you.
Chair, no. Oh, there's no sticky. Oh, it's well, let's. Yeah, or it must be. Sometimes there are two.
That is, thank you.
Okay. I would put this in my drawer.
Eventually.
So rumor says. Okay, let's, we got Jeff here already, so good. Let's get started. Let's see, Renee's not here yet, so. Thank you. So, we got a little bit.
Hello again.
Hello again.
Do this actually.
Never good to not have a handout, right?
That is
Take away. So what you're looking at there is the original work chart from the structure review panel recommendation, which included the adding 3 new staff, and then my notes on it today. You cross out the supervisor's position and 2 of those first level communications officers, thus creating my request at this time for updating the org chart, creating 1 more lead communications officer position in my department. That's what it would look like. Or regular comms officer underneath each of 2 leads. Not adding anyone. No FTEs added.
Actually, there would be a little pay bump.
That's correct. The lead gets a 4% differential on the regular communications officer, so it's equates to in next year's agreement, 98 cents per hour. Like I mentioned earlier, that next year's budget is $3,000 to $3,500. Regular hours, the regular 9 hours. Those sorts of things. So $3,500 for the year for that 4% differential. But I'm estimating at this time. And I would take that somewhere else. My budget was the adopted budget for 2020.
So this is your recommendation to make the best of a non-perfect situation with what the resources that you have based on the interaction you've had.
My current request.
Okay. Questions or comments?
I guess one more clarification. This same exact work chart that I inherited when I came 6 years ago. And that's that same structure.
So, the question, the way it's written, everybody goes. The communication officer goes up to the lead, goes to the chief, and then the chief. That's correct. that how you see it as being?
Yes,
There's gonna, one's gonna be assigned 4 and the other's gonna be assigned 4.
that's correct. And to avoid the two teams, adversarial situation we had in the past, the communications officers will rotate underneath those leads so the team will never stay static. It'll be our normal rotation for shifts. So I have days, nights, 4 people on days, 4 people on nights. That's 4 people on a 24-hour shift, days and nights every day. We have opposite sides of the week. That's how we refer to it. So some 4 people work Monday, Tuesday. That's the schedule is full running right. Monday, Tuesday, then the other side of the week, personnel will work Thursday. And the same people that work Monday, Tuesday will come back Friday, Saturday, Sunday. So we rotate who those people are every 2 months, next to days and so on. Communications officers will shuffle underneath the leads. We don't create static team dynamic. But they will have the ability, the comms officers will have more of an ability, even though the 2 leads, that's their ideal circumstance, fully trained, nobody's on vacation or out sick. Leads, that one-on-one contact with their comms officers under them at least 3 times a week. For now, it's not possible. Be able to have communications in person with their direct supervisor on a regular basis if they so choose that. I would be able to hire and reach out to them.
Differential and duties between the come up and just the communication officer. What exactly are those?
There's a whole list of position description duties that includes we call it quality assurance. So looking over the calls, the written record and the audio record, monitoring the quality of work that's being produced, doing things behind the scenes as far as updating systems, contact information, phone system, our CAD system, our record management system. Whole list of that. Without additional staff, they won't be able to get to all of those. My direction at this point, then we look we can, and Chief and I will continue to pick up the rest.
And in terms of the training, are both lead comms officers trainers as well?
They will be. They have not been selected. Both the current comms officer position is vacant because of the promotion to chief, and the new one is, of course, not. Second box, but yes, they will both be. Presumably, they'll both be top step and will be the trainers. One of them will be the training coordinator.
Go ahead. The way you have these broken up, are they going to be last forever, or communication officers going to kind of switch every 3 months so they have a different manager and not the same one every time, or do you have some kind of thought process going forward?
Yeah, they'll rotate at least every 2 months, where the comms officers will shuffle underneath the leads.
Have a different.
And is the chief still filling in as well? When people are sick and all that, take it time.
Chief will have to, they have no choice for the current staff. Has been. And will continue to.
So when you're training someone, so you're training 3 people right now, are there then 3 people in there? So you have 2 people on plus the trainer, and someone's looking over their shoulders, or is it one person's on and they're also training?
The trainer is an active partner.
So there's still only 2 people.
That's correct. there are 2 fully qualified communications officers on duty. One of them is the trainer. Training at the same time they're performing their regular.
So then there's three.
Yeah, 3 people.
2 qualified, 1 trained, being trained.
Correct. Yeah, they're not reduced to on their own as a full partner. It's for at least, I think the shortest period of time that we've got anybody for 4 months, other than a lateral. None of these 3 are lateral. So it's 5 to 6 months is average. Some people it's taken 7 to 8.
And what did we work out was the average life expectancy?
Industry standard is 2 to 5 years for a communications officer.
Is that a trained one or a hired? Because
That's
if it's
just
2 years and you're spending 8 months training, you're only getting a year and a half.
potentially, yes. That includes their training.
And what are ours when we were, do you remember what the numbers were when we ran?
I don't remember off the top of my head, we have a better average than that.
Or longer? But
Yeah,
those-
longer retention. I mean, we've got one communications officer, it's been, it'll be 28 years, I think, March or April.
Right, but when that one goes, it's gonna skew your average.
Yeah, that was really helping your average.
And the one that's
So
retiring right now?
Yeah, we've got a handful at the top step, been here for 5 years, or much longer. And then everybody else is step 1 right now. because,
But I said, when those 2 retire, your average is gonna shift.
Yeah, well, 1 is retiring, so the 3 most experienced comms officers we have right now, 1 is retiring. That's like 8 more shifts to do, and then that will leave 2 more. One is that person that's 28 years in, the other actually that's 18 years in. And that is with us. I also have comms officers that I hired as laterals first year I was here, one of which we worked for anywhere from 8 to 10 years at other centers in other states where they came here. So there's plenty of experience in our team for half of them. And then we've got the mid-range, it's folks that have been here about 5 years. That started as rookies with us.
Any other questions?
Necessarily have questions or good comments.
Go ahead.
While I don't think this will fix our problem, I appreciate you at least bringing a different org chart or hopefully upload.
And what I can, what I think.
You understand, sir? I just wanted to mention that I appreciate it. I still think you need staff, but
Thank you for that.
Yeah, as I had said earlier, particularly where this is, is going to be at least close to budget neutral, I give great deference to the director to organize your staff as you see fit. So I agree. I don't think I mean, if this was the fix, you'd have done it.
Yeah,
But
it was done before me. It
Right.
failed.
although you've modified it a little bit to try to
I'm going to execute it differently.
differently than it was before, and hopefully the outcome will be a little more successful.
Yeah, I think 33,000 bucks. Giving you, reading your, I mean, one person overseeing 8 people is a lot. Having 2 people oversee them. Fine. It sounds like you've got a lot of training left to do since you took your comm officer, your lead, and made him your chief. And so now the chief has to change the new lead. And it's duties, which I think that's going to be a possibility. And I wish we had resources.
Very good.
approval, I will have
So
Casey
make it so.
put that on your agenda for next week. Excellent.
I can't read Rob's eyes from here, I'm sorry.
I guess the other thing would be is do we have any comments from the HR?
Don't you ruin it for me. Yes, thank you.
I think with the budget constraints we're in, which weren't foreseen necessarily to the degree we're in, when we were meeting in August and September, it changed the landscape a little bit. We all know that. So allowing him to reorganize and try and get some more efficiencies out of his existing budget, I think is a good next step. Relatively budget control.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you. And as far as the continued discussion about additional FTEs, what more do you need from me to bring back to you? Anything?
Bring me money. Yeah. I don't think you can bring anything. So we have to.
Okay.
I think it's either gonna
I've
be.
done that before.
Yeah.
You told me that once before.
Yeah,
and I've
you
done it.
have.
So
And you
I've
did
got-
it, didn't you?
I did it. That's
You
why
did.
I've got a 3/4
Well,
time.
then, go
Bring
ahead
us
if
some
you
money.
bring us money.
Okay.
Bring us money this more reason.
So just
Yeah,
like,
that's a
yeah,
one
that's
shot
I
deal.
know.
that's not a sustainable
That's
revenue
not a
source.
sustainable resource.
Just a heads up, the emergency communications excise tax is specifically designed for this as well as the radio system. The cost that we're gonna have over the next several years, starting with big ticket in 2023. So that will be my current recommendation.
That, as long as we're getting airplane tax, it's less money to do it that way. But except if we're losing airplane tax, so, yeah, no.
That's the risk of benefit. The emergency communication tax is guaranteed, the planes aren't. Thanks, sir.
Okay. Right. Ms. Campbell,
Good afternoon.
good afternoon. Continuing discussion regarding imaging software.
So I believe we do have Nardos, the on-base administrator
Oh, good.
that we are looking at, who can assist the county with getting several of the needs in the clerk's office accomplished, I believe at a much reduced amount. And it was requested that she be here to answer any of the technical questions.
Good, thank you. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me. Hi, everyone. Hello,
Hi.
Renee.
Hi, Nardos.
Okay, well, why don't we start with folks that they had technical questions since they asked for.
So, Nardos, this is Commissioner Anderson. My question is around what capabilities you have access to with on-base that you can do on the back end versus what do we need on bases or another contractor that has back end access that we'll still have to contract out for, looking at what our goals are.
Sure. So currently in my role, for example, when Klickitat County was converting from Liberty to on-base, and Klickitat County paid for that service, I was the engineer that did that service. I do upgrades, I do countywide deployments. So any on-base related services that you know that the county would pay for, it's my team that is hired to do those things essentially. I don't know everything about on-base. On-base is a big product, but I know most of it, and so. And I'm especially familiar with the county processes. That has been primarily my my lane, if you'd say, and I'm currently working on 3 counties and government related. I'm in the government sector of our team. And so, but I'm especially, that's really where I grew up in terms of understanding business process is in the county. I worked out of Chelan County. And so, and part of that was by design, just so that I can understand the county process. And so when I'm engaging with departments about their processes and listening and advising on how to automate their process, how to streamline, I was placed in that role just so that I can learn and I can see the process and how to engage with the folks there.
So, so in terms of Klickitat County, where we're at currently, and what do you think we can do to enhance our processes to become more of a paperless county? What all do you see over the next year that you would have time and capability for?
So I would need to engage with different departments, but the obvious one is, as far as I know, only the clerk's office is using OnBase currently as document imaging system. So there is the ability of OnBase to be used in every department. So many of your sister counties use OnBase and multiple departments, district court, sheriff's office, commissioner's office. And so that, when we have paper, it's like one person can look at something at one time, or we can make copies. But when it's automated, then it's accessible by multiple people with different permissions, of course, and including the public. And so that, right off top, that is what I see, that solution can be deployed to other departments, and it helps the departments and other users, and especially in a world where we're doing more of a remote access situation. That gives access to documents, so like your meeting notes and so on. Let's say, God forbid, one of the commissioners is unable to be among you, and they need to access that, they can just access that from home if it's electronic. And so that's where I see it could be a benefit to the county to deploy OnBase in the different departments.
Do you know many counties that use OnBase, but then also use Google? Because we already have, complete, virtual access to all of our files on our Google accounts.
So I don't. We have non-county that use Google and OnBase. We ourselves, we use Outlook or Google, and so and we use OnBase. So, but as far as counties, I don't know of any of the counties that I work with. They're primarily a Microsoft suite.
So I guess the main thing that I'm looking at is the clerk's office and the judicial side. And so we don't have to print things off for the judges, so that everything can be done, simply. We can receive our PDFs or whatever from lawyers and go that way. I don't know if the prosecutors at all interested, but that's my big push. And the way I understand it is we currently have the imaging software and we're currently paying for it.
Mm-hmm.
And we should be able to manage that. But we haven't been to the best ability. Is that what you're saying? Accepting it?
ImageSoft is the company
we utilize that owns the on-base system. So ImageSoft is the support that we have for on-base. Does that make sense? I guess I'm not sure.
And ImageSoft, they manage the software, so break fixes and things like that. And so if you wanted to expand on-base to different departments, and ImageSoft would be able to do it, but for a fee, right? That's not part of what they support. It's the maintenance support is for break fix.
And so Nardos, so some of the things that you could help us with is establishing an e-filing system, so that we could accept documents electronically. And then also as the Cal reader, which is, can you explain that's utilized by the judges?
Sure. And then so for the e-filing, once it comes into on-base processing that, yes, I would build that process and do the training and documentation. And so for Cal Reader is an application that judges use in multiple counties, and it's clerks load the calendar. So let's say Tuesday domestic violence. And so they get the calendar from Odyssey, from AOC, and they say, okay, these are the items on the calendar. And so judges, we would get that list. And what Cal Reader does is like it loads that list, so they just see those items. It's almost like, so when you guys are meeting and you get a note saying these are the things on the calendar, on the docket, or the meeting items. But for Cal Reader, it lists all those cases in there. And then when they click the case number, it gives them all the documents under that case number. So when running court, it makes it really efficient. So that they're not checking off any lists, it's right there. And then so when they view that case, and if they viewed a document in that case, it marks it as viewed, just so that they know they've reviewed that. They can add annotations, like they can take notes that on the document that it doesn't become a part of the permanent document, but for their own reference. And these are notes that they can share with colleagues if they choose, or they just stay private. But it helps with streamlining their experience in preparing for court and running court. And so, and then once they're done with a case, and they can just, click a button, get that to moved, to viewed, and then keep going on with their list of cases on the calendar. It's pretty simple, but it's really efficient for them.
And you can build that for us without us paying ImageSoft to do that.
So that product is actually owned by Conoco Minolta, and so they,
Can you explain what Conoco Minolta is? Because I don't think the board knows.
Sure. So Conoco Minolta is another vendor like ImageSoft. So they're resellers of the on-base product, and so they're, I suppose they're competing companies, and they're competing companies, and they do maintenance. They resell on-base from Highland Software, and they do the maintenance, but their primary, like, that's not their primary source of income. The primary source is services that they would sell. So they would sell, hey, we can build these processes in on-base for you, like contract management. On-base has a lot of modules that are developed very intentionally, and Highland has a whole government sector that looks at the needs of government entities, and has developed products that address those needs specifically, and that are customizable, not like one size fits all, but it has the most of what is in place, like contract management and agenda management. and plan review for, planning departments. So for different departments, they have different solutions. So companies like ImageSoft and Konica Minolta apply those solutions to counties, and they do a very good job, but it's not cheap, right? It's service, and so.
And for you, you could reduce the cost of the services that would require to build some of these programs for Klickitat County to use.
Right, that's what we do. So, right. So yeah, I've worked on contract management and so, right, exactly. So ImageSoft and contract and Konica Minolta, you employ people like me to do these implementations.
So the Cal Reader, could it be utilized here with your assistance at no cost to us?
So it's a software owned by Konica Minolta, and honestly, I don't know how much they would charge. I would need to find out, like, if the maintenance fee of what they would charge to just use that product, right? But once you have that, yeah, definitely, I would support it. I would configure it. I would do the training for the judges, and then and support the any issues. I would assist with that. But Konica Minolta does own the product, and it's not as expensive as OnBase. I think it's a nominal fee, but I don't know the number. It's a product that came with TechLine, actually. So when Konica Minolta acquired TechLine, no, they have that too.
Questions?
So what I'm hearing is if we use Cal Reader or anything other than what we currently have, it's like plug and play. You drop it in there, and then you have to have someone set up the processes. And you're looking for the contract to set up the processes that is separate from having someone like ImageSoft.
So yeah, so it you guys would so if ImageSoft set up, let's say, contract management, then it would be a project, right? And so you would get a quote from them that says, okay, to set up this contract management, it's going to cost you this much, and then this cost would cover the configuring the solution. You can configure this much, and then you're buying really a block of hours, and then we'll do some training documentation. Maybe I don't know their process, and so yeah, so you would pay them, and then. And really, the idea of this role is sharing the cost for those kind of services, right? And so with this role, I would do those kind of services for multiple counties, and it's not by project that it's being paid. So it's based on how many licenses you guys are consuming, and you guys are not consuming a lot. And so it's sharing that cost of projects. There are many things that can get built out, but this is how this was born out of, like, so we would like to do this, and then okay, and then the counties get the quote back, and it's, oh wow, no, we can't afford to do that. So this is where that idea came from. Like, if the cost was shared, and then you had a person that was doing that, and that's where this idea was born.
So the big thing is the e-filing system, and you helped set up the original system, correct? The OnBase?
Yes.
So when we set up the original OnBase system, do we need any further ImageSoft or any other products in order to manage this e-filing system? or does what we currently have and paying for, is that covered?
So from the on-base side, it's covered, like you don't need any more on-base like components to implement that. But what's not covered right now is, so e-filing can have multiple components. So there are counties where IT set up an FTP site, and then and then it comes into on-base, and then the rest is processed. And then the clerks collect the payment separately, and so that typically is done with without any additional cost per se. So if the resources are there, the FTP client and stuff are there. There are e-file components where like they collect the payments and things like that. So that's not set up. That's actually on-base doesn't even have that right now. They're working on it. Highland is working on it, but that part is not part of the solution right now.
But we have the ability to collect the payments through a current system that we already utilize to accept filing fees, copies, paper packets. So that is a system that's already in place that we utilize all the time. The point and pay system that the treasurer set.
This is Dave's thought. My question is to the clerk. So what do you need to do the electronic filing as far as as far as that piece of it? Because I think we've had discussions about expanding and other things. But just when you initially came to us, it was about e-filing in your office. What do you need as far as that we don't already have, as far as our on-base software that we already have? And then, so I'm still a little confused. On-base is like the system,
that we scan all our documents.
Right.
It's what helps us manage all of our documents, putting them.
an ImageSoft customized or provides service to support to be able to do that. Because I'm assuming on-base, when you buy this stuff, it has, sounds like different modules. We only bought certain modules to do the functions that you're using it for. And then does ImageSoft customize that?
That's what Nardos did for us when on-base was established. She's the one who customized.
So on-base provides no service of their product whatsoever.
On-base is the product, and there's no service. You have to have a tech to help set up
So they
and
don't
customize based on your business processes in whatever office is going to use it.
So if you think about it like SQL, right? Microsoft develops SQL database, and you can buy SQL licenses, but Microsoft, doesn't set it up for you, right? You have to have internal IT resources that configure that.
Nardos, is there anything outside of on-base that we need to establish the clerk? So when a document comes into that FTP site, and then we need to accept the document as a filed document, which puts the date, the time, the clerk stamp on it. Is there that piece that we have to purchase outside of you setting up the e-filing?
No, so once it's in on-base, then no, you don't have to purchase. We'll create the date stamp, we'll calculate and create you the tasks and then we can even send notification with a rejection or acceptance. So yeah.
Okay. Does that help? I think so, Dave.
Remind me of the cost again.
11,300 versus.
Thought you were gonna make 7,000 and something in charging fees, right?
So it was around 4,000. Yeah, for the first year.
She keeps saying 4, we keep saying 7.
Well, it's, okay, so
Goals.
if I would,
It's aspirational.
the true filing system was $35,000 for me to purchase their software with 7,500 annual fee. And,
that's what we got.
right.
Oh, that's where we got that.
Mhm.
So 11,300 purchases the thing. Do we have a yearly?
The contract that would be done would be a year to year.
So 11,300 a year.
Yes, with the current licenses that we have.
And of the 11,300 a year, we're only going to be charging people to use it and making back 4,000.
Approximately.
But we don't need that $35,000 software because you're just gonna use it.
Because I'm gonna, if we get to use Nardos as the administrator, then yes, she
Use
will,
what we are.
she will build what we need to have to be able to accept documents e-file.
So if we were just, so there's designing and building something, then there's maintaining. Correct? Now, we're asking for Nardos to do a contract to do designing, building, and maintaining for $11,000 a year. Now, once you build it, so that you can accept the documents and all that, it sure probably doesn't take a whole lot of maintenance, correct?
I'm not a tech, so I can't answer that question.
I guess, would that be the question for Nardos? Based on what we need, scope of work, what I need done is so that we can accept an e-file and do that. This is bare minimum, right? Once it's built and Nardos builds it or incorporates it in there. I mean, because we can either do a long-term thing, year to year, or we could say, Nardos, what's it gonna cost to build it and get it up and running? And then if we need you, we'll call you. That would
But
be
there's,
my question.
well, I agree, that is one way to look at it, but there are other projects that she could assist us with. Such as, we need to upload our documents to the state archives. And IT can help with part of that, but there's a piece, the ImageSoft, our support. If we don't have Nardos, then there would be a piece that ImageSoft would charge us to fix that, to do the upload. But Nardos can do that piece of it for us. Go ahead, Nardos.
So just to give you an idea, right? So Highland Software, who owns OnBase, a great company out of Ohio, the OnBase users can go what's called Highland Direct, or they can go through resellers like ImageSoft or Konica Minolta. And Highland Software, like if customers go direct, they provide the similar things. Really the meat of their income is generated from projects. And so if a customer goes direct to Highland Software, they absolutely require that somebody is OnBase certified, because they know IT departments are typically not OnBase based. So they're Microsoft based or Google based, but they're not OnBase based. And OnBase is a big product. So they absolutely require that somebody is OnBase sysadmin certified. Now the resellers don't require that typically. And so they just do a break fix. And so, but not having an OnBase certified person, what that does is it generates more income for resellers per se. So that if you need something out, outside of the break fix, then you would have to pay to get that done. So if you need archives, I can't imagine that that's part of the maintenance covered item. So that becomes outside of what's covered under maintenance. If you need to, so one of the things that we set up for Renee's office was in the Liberty world, they would have certain documents that they need to send to state organizations. And OnBase, we can, we were able to automate that it would read the certain values and automatically, secure FTP it to those organizations. And so let's say that process wasn't set up. And she, Renee says, hey, that would be great to do that. It would help our office. That's not part of a break fix. So that's a new process. And so that's a project that would need to be paid for. So, and the same thing, like if you wanted to expand OnBase outside of the clerk's office, or create a sharing document, a platform between, let's say, sheriff's office, prosecutor's office, and the clerk's office, or, do electronic signatures and things like that. Those are not things that are covered with maintenance. Those are separate projects.
Can we talk about electronic signature? Because one of the issues that we have is currently our inmates are first seen in the jail. And so then we have to send documents down to the jail. And so there's a back and forth on getting signatures. So how would and I didn't know that was possible. Explain how we could streamline that process.
So there are a number of ways, right? So, for example, we have a process in another county where the probation violation signature process is automated. So that the probation person creates that violation document, and then they say, okay, this is this type of probation violation, and so they click that button, and based on what she clicks, it automates. So it reads, hey, it's this type. So the signature process starts, with the judge's signing or with the prosecutor signing. So it sends it to them, and they get a notification saying, hey, there's this thing waiting for your review and signature, and it does the routing in that way. So that's one option. So for users that are within the OnBase structure. For users that are not, there are the signature pad items that are integrated into OnBase. And so for the jail users, for the inmates, they could be presented that, and then they would sign that, and that would be recorded within OnBase, ingested into OnBase. So yeah. So they don't need the actual paper, that their signature is just captured in the signature pad items, the electronic signature pad, and then ingested.
And so that would be something such as weather conditions where the judge couldn't make it here, one of our public defenders couldn't make it here, so everybody was offsite. That system could be utilized in those situations.
So right, for OnBase users in that instance, yes, so they can, use OnBase web and review documents there and sign. So yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I guess my big thing is we just had a 2 hours, over $3,000 of yearly additional cost. We're looking at $11,300. Potentially $4,000.
You're very well. Sorry.
So I guess my thought is, in order for me to sign off on this, I would need to see a scope of work and a plan of what for this contract period, what the goals are, and what we're going to get done. And I'd like to see the sign off from the IT department. And then I'd also like, that's one section, but then I'd also like to see, so this is base minimum of doing the e-filing system. But then I'd also like to see what would the cost be because you said for what we currently do, it's 11,000. But if we added another module or 2 modules to make things a little bit more efficient throughout the system over in the courthouse, then I'd like to know what that cost would be as well. The overall cost to do it, and the time frame for doing it. It's kind of what I need to see in order.
Maybe I can answer one of those questions. So when not, we need to have NARDO's assistance. So it is going to be like a ticket, like we do help tickets when we need help from IT and it sends a ticket out there. So anything that we need help with during this contract year will be done based on a ticket. And so then it will be all inclusive of the 11,300. Is that not correct, Nardos?
And so, yeah, so I would, you know, I would, so, and this is where it helps IT departments, because IT departments, again, they're Microsoft based and OnBase is like a different world, and the process. So, so like Renee mentioned, if they run into an issue, then yeah, they would shoot me an email and I, you know, help troubleshoot. If they have turnovers, so like setting up new users and doing training as needed, things like that, I would, yeah, that's the idea, that I would assist with those things as well.
No, I think I understand. I think for this contract, I mean, we've been really focused on the electronic filing, but the 11,300 is not, that's just one of the things that you
Exactly.
want help with, using Nardos's time
Correct.
to help implement. There could be other, you know, you've already said, within the year, there could be some other things that you want to do. Some things like new, like having the, you know, you were talking about the signatures and stuff, that might require some
Yeah.
additional
Something
software,
I
some
did not-
other, you don't know that.
Right, I
as
didn't
far
know
as-
that was even available.
Right, so there may be some additional cost if we decided that that would be one of those things that,
Like Nardos said, OnBase is a big, it is big and it can do many things. And there's things that like, you know, I didn't realize that was a possibility, which I was talking to someone who used to work in the jail. And one of the biggest problems was getting the signatures and the documents back and forth. And then, so
in terms of, because we did just adopt our budgets for next year. So again, you're projecting, you don't know, that you could probably get about 4,000 revenue towards as an offset. So it would leave 7,000. So any thoughts on where these additional resources will come
well, I was hoping there was still money available in the American Relief ARPA funds.
And so we determined before, had you had a discussion with Jen as far as the
We had talked about that if I was using True Filing, that
true filing, but not necessarily for this, that's would be my question, is that, would this be an eligible, a qualified expense?
oh, that I'm not sure. I just figured that it would be
Yeah, but
eligible.
again, I would caution that the board had decided that it didn't want to use ARPA funds for reoccurring expenses.
Well, it's a one-year contract, so that's the.
So the one-year employee. If this is something you're not planning on doing next year, then it's a one-time expense. If it's something we plan on keeping around, I would suggest we find other funding.
We've got some questions.
Which questions?
Can we use the ARPA funds for this?
Right.
There's the internal discussion on, you know, $11,000 additional per year. How many hours of work is that equal to?
And it's not based on hours.
Well, what I want to know is how many hours, because if she only has to work 3 hours, and we give her $11,000, I'm not being a good steward of county resources. So,
I definitely understand.
so that's a very important question of how much time is it going to take to create the e-filing system? Is that a 2-day job? Is that a 10 days of work job? They kind of need to know these things to say, am I better off doing a 1-year joining the contract with these other counties, or am I better off just going, Nardos, give me a code to do the e-filing system? And if it's $3,000, okay. If it's $10,000, well, then your yearly contract looks a little different. But that's kind of what we need to know to make these informed decisions.
Nardos, can you tell me what the rate is when you have done, is it $200 an hour? What is the rate that that Konica Minolta or ImageSoft would charge for their professional services?
It's around that. I believe it's 205. I'm in the project team, so I don't know the exact number, but it's around 205 an hour.
And so e-filing, do you know approximately how many hours it would take to set us up?
So, you know, I would need to work with IT for the FTP side, so I don't know what's in place.
Okay.
And so I don't know that portion of it. And the on-base side,
I think you're gonna find she spends far more time in training than she does in setting.
what was that?
I said, I would think that you're gonna spend far more time in training and answering phone calls than you're gonna spend. My big worry is, and it's not that I'm opposed to the system, I actually like the idea of the system. It's that all of these departments are trying to get to use the software, all elected officials, and I can't tell them they have to, and I can't teach them about it. So I hope, I guess, if we go it for it, I would just have to cross my fingers and hope.
Or we can have a conversation, judges and IT, and talk about where we want to go with these ARPA dollars and, you know, our law.
So Nardos, once the e-filing is established, is there much maintenance on your part to keep it up and running, or can local IT manage that?
No, so you know, once that's set up, I typically would create a documentation that, you know, like when we did the conversion. And so I would, you know, do the training and then a documentation for you guys. And then the process goes, and if there are any issues, then you contact me and we work through those. And then like, you know, where I've seen is like, if you have a people turnover either at IT or, you know, at the department offices, then we, you know, we kind of become the, you know, the ones that close that gap, that knowledge gap. And so, yeah, but once it's set up, it should be pretty streamlined and it would be stable and yeah.
Well, and that's where I'm at. It's not so much the 11,000 for the first year, it's the 11,000 every year after. So I understand the first year, you're gonna have time in implementing the software, you're gonna have time in training the staff. And it's gonna be a very time consuming $11,000 worth project. But next year, the software is already there, the staff is already trained. If Renee loses a staff member, she can train the other one if you're not available. So to me, it's that ongoing expense. I would be kind of curious on, back to Commissioner Anderson's thing, is what's a quote to install this software package, get it up and running, X number of hours for training, and then if we need you after that, we pay an hourly rate. What's that dollar amount look like? Because I just don't see $11,000 year over year over year. I mean, if I was you, I would blow $11,000 next year and the year after and the year after, if you're not getting the phone calls. So that's kind of my worry of the taxpayer.
I absolutely understand. And so as far as like giving the quote, I would, you know, I would need to know what is in place for the e-file package before I can give a number there. And for, you know, for the recurring yearly item, and so it's the support that you would get with somebody that has knowledge of your system. And if you guys decide to automate other departments, and that's really where you would get a bang for your buck. And so, you know, and so that effort and that, you know, maintaining that, and then the gap between, so you mentioned the clerk's office, definitely, but let's say, you know, an IT department, you've got, you know, if your on-base person leaves, then that knowledge gap is, you know, that's a harder one to fill. Because you guys, you know, they're you know, minimal manned, and so it's not like a shared knowledge. I think that's, you know, and that where I see is that's just like a one person that really supports and knows on base, and if that person leaves, then that becomes a struggle getting the next person trained up.
Right. So clarification question. If we did this, we'd be signing a 1-year contract for this price. And if at the end of the year or 3 years from now, we decided to no longer continue, we would keep the software in place that we have now. We just wouldn't have a person to update it and do bug fixes and upgrades and training and that kind of thing, correct?
I'm not sure how the contract is authored between the counties. So I'm gonna have to defer on that question.
I guess my rationale and my thinking is if we do go this whole shindig versus itemized out and then paying for services. We could use the expertise that we're already paying for to roll other departments like HR and finishers into the searchable database. If we're already paying for that, implementing those software sources, well, those staffs, we may eventually have our own on-base expert.
But she did say that the 11,300 is for the products that we currently have. Start adding all the products.
Right, we would have to add another license.
But probably on top of the 11,300. We have to pay for the products and we have to pay for enhanced.
All of these things are available within on-base.
We would just need to pay for another user.
Yeah, there's,
For another user.
right now, I have 21 user licenses. So if more departments need to use on-base, then we might have to purchase more licenses.
But you're not buying more software, you're not buying more tech service. You're only
Right,
buying
to
Microsoft,
utilize what's
what you
already
already have.
available
Adobe
within
Pro,
on-base. Yeah. That's
So
right.
assuming there's a whole bunch in there that is completely unutilized.
That's what I believe, but I don't know what I don't know.
Right, that's my point.
Yeah.
It's the same with my phone and my everything.
Yeah,
There's all kinds of capabilities that I
right.
don't
Well, the
even know what I'm
the
missing.
21
These are
users-
things that are on-base capable, but not being utilized because we don't have an on-base administrator to help us facilitate. Yeah,
And
exactly.
that's my point. Of the 21 user agreement she has, you know, that could take care of everybody in her office, East District, West District, Prosecutor's Office. Okay, now if you want BOCC, you need to add 5 more. On HR, you need to add 3. We're only paying the cost of those user licenses, like we would do with any other computer program sitting in your computer.
I'd like to hear what IT has to say in recommendation. Well, we just wanted to add that the current extent of IT's involvement is basically server maintenance. So we're not on-base certified, nor do we have the capacity to take on full scope on-base support. So shifting anything from Nardos to IT, or if we expand it out to other departments, it's going to be do more of this and less of this, because currently all we do, right, Jeff, is support the servers. It's very basic support. And we use the support like Nardos for any more technical issues.
I'm just thinking, it's kind of like Jake said, it's kind of, once you build it, other than bug fixes and training, you're done.
Unless you add more, unless you
Well,
look for more.
correct, but then you can hire by the hour. Not by the year.
So Nardo, are you going to be an employee of one of the counties, or, because the way you say it, you're a project manager, so do you work for one of the subcontractors, or what exactly is your employment situation with regards to this?
Sure, I work for Konica Minolta currently. And before that, Techline, and Techline got acquired by Konica Minolta, and so that's how we came to. And so Techline was your Liberty support for, like, I think for as long as you had Liberty.
That was back in 2001 when we purchased it, the software package for $31,000.
So you are a reseller then, on base?
Yes. Yeah, oh, so right, I work for a company that's a reseller.
Okay, that was not clear to me before.
And I don't, so I was actually in Klickitat County when doing the Liberty to on-base conversion. So I don't know if we met. I don't see it, your face.
That was in 2018.
Right now.
I think it was October, November, sometime then. So I think you wouldn't have met two of the commissioners to the board.
Okay, yeah, yes.
Isn't, Renee, isn't one of the ultimate goals is Nardos would become a county employee for one of the 8 counties?
Yes, yes,
Right now, she works for a reseller.
right. She's going to be employed on through Ponderay County. That's already been established. And she would then have, there would be agreements with the other counties that are going to be utilizing her services as an on-base
So she will no
administrator.
longer work for Konica Minolta.
That's correct.
Right. And that's where the cost sharing comes into play is, so Klickitat County has a lot of opportunity to utilize on-base, to expand its use from now, and the same thing with the other counties. And the problem that, that was in play was the cost to do those things. And so the idea came, what if we cost share? And that's how we got here.
So we're gonna.
What's the board want to do?
The plan is that we're gonna have a 1/7 share of an AD person.
Right.
And
To use as we see fit as it relates to on-base.
correct.
I guess the next question is if we have a 1/7 share, do you work with any other
Oh, is there more than 7?
yeah, no, well, that would be one, is there more than 7, but also, are there any other programs that you work with?
Besides on-base.
Beside on-base, so the basic Windows, but primarily, it would be on-base. And it
That's
would
your
be in
area of
conjunction. What was that?
That is your area of expertise on.
That's what right. But I work with integrations with on-base, like, so I'm not an Odyssey technician at all, but so for Renee's department, on-base integrates with Odyssey. And so those areas, and so for district court, on-base integrates with JIS. And so those integrations, I work with.
Hey, Rob?
I'd like to ask a question while she's on the phone. So Nardos, if you work for 7 or 8 counties, and say we wanted to roll it out to all of our departments, which would be a pretty big project, how do you prioritize? Is Ponderay County your first priority, and you would work in, if all 7 counties have big projects, what's the priorities?
And so yes, I think Ponderay County would be, because they're picking up the big portion of it. So Ponderay County would be the priority. But I think there's a harmony, at least that's what I'm, in the discussions, there is a harmony that, everybody wants everybody to succeed. And so it's, we would make that decision mutually. And I would just be an employee. So there's not like, there's not a personal agenda or anything that sets that priority. And so we would discuss it, and it would be based on need. So somebody running into like serious bugs because of the version of OnBase that they're on, that unit would be a priority versus somebody that wants an enhancement. Hey, this would be so cool. Let's change the colors here, and which we can do, but that wouldn't be a priority. So that's something that prioritizing, that's something that we do right now in our like what we do now in the engineering world. But it's not just a sole decision. It would be a group decision. Hey, Renee, what do you have going on? And so Klickitat County needs this, and Pondere needs this, and this, county needs this. And so there would be a discussion, and that priority would be made. So I hope that answered your question.
I guess my main, this Commissioner, my main kick is if we're gonna do this, I want to make sure the contract is reflected that any work done for the county stays ownership of the county.
Absolutely.
So that way, in a year, if we decide we're not getting the best bang for our buck, we can not make a future contract, and we can pay you or somebody else an hourly rate to fix whatever issues we have at that time, if we so choose.
Okay, yeah, whatever is built, like, whatever is built in your environment, definitely that would be, it's your environment, you would own that. What I don't know is how the contract is framed in terms of a year versus whatever. So I haven't seen that myself. I can't speak to that.
Okay, I'm gonna try to move us along and get some direction. So what's the board want to do? I will say for myself, I am willing to take a chance on 1 year. Because I think it's incumbent on us to make sure we're getting our value. I think we can get $11,300 worth of service.
I agree.
Out of this contract. That's gonna be on us. If we don't, just like now, we have this system that we have all these licenses on.
Right.
That is just mostly just sitting there. That's not the system's problem. That's our problem. We're not using it. We bought this thing.
Right.
And expected it to do something, and we never followed
Yes, and then upgraded it in
18.
11. We upgraded it in 2011. That was when the second contract was signed, and then it was actually paid for in 2012. And it hasn't been utilized. And that was another $26,000.
I talk about productivities and efficiencies, and so I have to stand up for what I say. And I'm scared that we're not going to use this, or some people or some departments are not. But I have to be willing to take a chance. So I would agree, and I would say that I'm for it, but I'm going to hold people accountable that, you have 21 license agreements. I want a piece of paper that says who those are, because I want to know if they're going to use it. And if there's 4 available that are unused, we can fill them up with somebody.
I don't disagree with that.
So we need to not just sign off, follow through, you use it, the judges don't, it dies, just like the software you were just talking about from 10 years ago. This is your baby. Not all of it, but you're part of it.
Not all of it.
So
You're the
let's let me know who the 21 people are that are going to use it. If there's only 10 of them that are going to use it, then they get their 10 licenses. We know countywide there's 11 more people that we can institute it somewhere else, and then it would be on Lee to contact Nardos if, say, the BOCC office wanted it to. It's not your baby then. Just inside your office. Did you get all that? I talked too much.
Well, and like I've explained, juvenile probation, prosecutor, the sheriff's office uses it, Superior Court, and us. And I don't know how many users that is.
Who would know that?
Well,
I would
IT
imagine-
sets them up. Everybody has
Good
an
answer.
established user account, whether that is to be able to scan and put documents onto the server, or whether they're viewing only those documents based on their security rights, which is established when you set it up.
That means I need to have a discussion. On your video.
It's not.
Go ahead, Commissioner Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, I usually go along, get along, and I understand where Ponderay is trying to hire someone that can be, in essence, an employee of many departments. This is a big change probably for Nardos from going from working as a reseller to being a county employee. I am willing to sign up for 1 year, but I also want to see A, results, but B, I also, when that contract comes before us, I want to see at the same time what our goals are for the year for the on-base suite that Nardos is managing. And as long as those are there, and then at the end of the year, when the contract comes up, I want to make sure. So when you come back, for budget, I want to make sure that is available. And I'm willing. Big ask after the conversation we just had. But I'm willing to take the risk. And Nardos, I want to wish you the best in your change, from being a county employee with all the benefits inherent, and wish you the best.
Thank you. You too. Thanks for having me join.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so do I need to find out if the ARPA funds are available before
I'll talk to Jen.
do I need to come back, or would you guys? make
I think we committed.
Okay.
It's up to us to figure out how to put it on.
Okay. Okay, so it's a go.
Yes.
All right, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you for asking.
Sometimes it ain't pretty.
Or pretty fast, and I know way more about on-base than I should ever have to know.
Well, no, you want to learn more because it can be of a benefit.
Well, and you're trying to account for every taxpayer. So that's-
Right.
Here comes Jen.
Right.
Yeah, you better leave before.
Hurry, quick.
Quick.
Well, we don't know. Yeah, we've made a commitment. I'm gonna. Yes, go ahead. No comment right now?
right now, but if you wanted to address it right now.
Your thoughts on that? Would this be eligible for that undesignated or not? No, I didn't think so for the service. It was for software, but not the service.
Lost revenue.
Lost revenue. Okay. No worries. Get out while you can. Go. Run.
Thank you.
Look at your own budget for what you can help. We're always looking for help.
Okay.
I'm looking at you.
All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Okay, consent?
I mean, if 5 other departments are using the software, but they're not listening, and they're not typing up, but yet they're gonna receive the benefits, that $11,000 will be spread among.
Oh, yeah.
5 departments.
And it can.
And Jen's gonna look into it, right?
Get her spares up after the first.
After, yeah.
Let's
Mr.
get
Chairman,
it.
I would make a motion to approve the consent agenda with all 12.
I would say.
We have a motion and a second on the consent. Any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye, motion passes.
Bills, Mr. Chairman, make motion to pay the accounts payable warrants in the amount of $845,151.62. And the payroll benefit warrants in the amount of $0 for the date ending December 20th, 2021.
Second motion.
We have a motion and a second on paying the bills. Any discussion on that? There being none, all those in favor say aye. Aye, motion passed. Pay the bills. Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to pay estimate number 3 to Interstate Concrete and Asphalt Company, DBA American Rock Products, in the amount of $859,209.50 for the Roosevelt Grade Overlay Project CRP 362 Federal A number ST DR N201. Semicolon 001, contract number TA-7079.
Second. Okay, I have a motion and a second. This is pay estimate number 3. Interstate Concrete and Asphalt. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passed.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we pay final pay estimate to Great Works LLC in the amount of $6,569.82 with a 5% retainage in the amount of $328.49 for final payment of $6,241.33 for the Old Mountain Road Project CRP 350.
Second. Okay, I have a motion and a second on final pay estimate to Great Works. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passed. No, I did the same thing. Okay, we're good on that. Okay, anything on board pending before we go to the bus? I'll give it. Make it chance. Make it say it.
I'll defer because it's time. Almost 4 o'clock already.
Okay. Then I'm gonna move us on to prosecuting attorney. Have you changed your mind? Anything that you wish to discuss with the board?
I don't have anything. I'll be happy to take any questions or anything.
What, I don't know if you were listening earlier, and I can give you a call, or as far as with the redistricting plan, the question was raised as far as, because the RCW, as far as what happens if you don't meet your deadline. Is that something we can look into? I mean, I think we have to some degree.
Yeah, we did. There really is no answer because they changed the timeframes this last legislative session. So this is the first year this might be an issue. We're not finding, because there used to be much more generous. You had like 6 months from the receipt of the data to complete. They changed that for whatever reason to a flat deadline at the end of the year. We don't know right now what the consequences of not complying with that would be.
All right, thank you.
And I will note that the statute specifically allows for any involved party or constituent that feels that the redistricting plan somehow fails to meet the applicable criteria, or there's deficient in some way, there's expedited process to file an appeal to Superior Court to have that reviewed. So there are options if someone feels sufficiently disgruntled about the process or the result to seek judicial review.
Okay, thank you. That's good to know. Okay, anything other business? If not, I would entertain a motion to adjourn. So I have a motion and a second to adjourn the regular meeting. We have no workshop scheduled the rest of the week. So
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, everybody. Good holiday. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passed. We are adjourned.